proud of it. expensive, but especially. Let's take a gander. Is nobody watching me yet? Oh, hey, there's 2 people here. Howdy, howdy. We're about to play a game. Oh, you live stream? Sure. We can both live. I live stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Who's watching me? We got someone on YouTube watching me, and it says someone on Twitch, but it could just be the bot. I mean, they literally went and you got a job for a college for you. They don't exactly hate you, Colin. They have like a college job for you and stuff. I'm just controlling, bro. If for some reason gonna end up throwing those away, don't throw them away, okay? If you're not gonna literally eat 9 of those and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll just toss them. Like, fair enough.
As a true Ravenger, I'm sure you'll want this. As a true Ravenger, I'm sure you'll want this frosting.
No, I'm good. Well, that worked. Keep the volume down.
Sit down there.
What's poppin'? We are playing a game. Again? Tell me if the music's too loud. Is this too loud? I have that on 4 for me. Is this? I have no clue about projects or SteamYard. Here, I need to just pull up my phone and see. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
I've been sleeping all day.
We're gonna assume that they're not getting bombarded with music and everything is Gucci.
How many more hours are left in the season?
Again? So you still haven't overcome your love of alcohol. Well, I should be. Also, the old physician lets us sighs, he removes the stethoscope. The elderly men could be seen, dimly lit, which filled the dust, sweet stench. A man undergoing a medical examination, a physician conducting it, a servant watching over the whole scene. The bottle is my friend. It's no less of a friend than you, and it had stood by my side even longer than you have. Oh, get dunked on. You literally know more than alcohol is to this man. This man, bearing his chest for the stethoscope, rearranged his clothes. He spoke unapologetically. Kinzo-san. Your body only appears to be so well thanks to the effects of the medicine. However, if you continue to drink so much strong sprites, the treatment will become meaningless. Trust my judgment. Refrain from drinking. I thank you, if only for the sentiment, my friend. Genji. This fat guy's name Genji, like from Overwatch. The old dude. His name's Genji.
I was about right. That was in response.
Another glass. Me? No, I'm playing a game. Oh, nice. You're talking to the stream. Gotcha. Water's down slightly. Water down slightly. Ooh. He's just watering down his alcohol. He's just like, lol. I'm gonna take the same amount, but I'm just gonna add water. Stay hydrated. That way, Nano can save face. Are you quite sure? After eyeing both the master who demanded the alcohol and the familiar doctor who forbade it, Genji, the old brother, silently gave a nod and carried out his master's orders straightly. Nanjo, are you my closest friend, and we have known each other for quite a long time. I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long. I have done nothing. After all, you never listened to my advice as your physician. And you never listened to when I warned you about this mistaken chess move you're about to make. It seems only fair, does it not? They're playing chess together. Master. Thank you. I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would if I ran out of this. Wholesome 100. Disregarding Nanjo, who had his face set in resigned expression, Kingo took out the glass, and Genji was holding out to them. Kinzo took out the glass. Very few people would associate that venomous color with alcoholic beverage. Nanjo, be honest with me. How much time do you think do I have left? Well, now, how short must I make it to convince you to set the bottle aside? Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Then he finally spoke to Kenzo as the latter swirled in his glass. You don't have long. I guess his name's Nanzo, actually. Genji's old, do you get me? What precisely do you mean by that? Let us illustrate it with the chess game here. You have nearly achieved checkmate, but you have not yet cornered my king. Nanjo's gaze was strictly at the side table with a massive chess placed on top of it. Judging by the positions of the pieces, the game seemed to be entirely in its final stage. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into enemy lines. Where White's king has been cast and cornered, so that an amateur could see the match reach its conclusion before too long. Every time Nanjo came to the medical examination, both of them make a few moves. Wholesome. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fail into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. Were you a normal patient? Were you a normal patient?
Good shit, boys. I'm eating a Cinnabon for that.
Were you a normal patient? I would recommend that you write a will at this point. And what is a will, Nanjo? handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse. Not at all. As the word suggests, it's a way for you to record your will for the later generations. It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance. And you, apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of? You might write of your regrets, or matters you have left unfinished, things you want to pass down to others, or merely matters you wish to communicate. Anything you want. Things I want to pass down to others, or matters I wish to communicate. Ridiculous. I, Ushimanza Kinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. I was born with nothing. I will die with nothing. There is nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children. Even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I would accept that fate of death without a trace of fear. I created everything. My fortune, my prestige, everything. Those were built up by me and will be lost along with me. There is nothing I wish to leave behind. Nothing. After I'm gone, I care not if this all goes to waste. I desire no tomb, no coffin. Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been part of the promise since the beginning, and that is why nothing will be left behind. There is nothing I can leave behind. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. However, I do have one regret. I have nothing to leave behind, but there is one thing I cannot leave undone. You would do well to write it down. Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time comes. However, even if the worst happens, these who come will carry it into completion. You must leave behind your regrets so that you can be resolved and are able to do so yourself. That is the purpose of will. Then Nanju tried to gently pat into the soldier. The dying man flew into sudden rage and battered and understandably. He's kind of a dickhead. Muda, Muda, Muda. It must be done while I still live. The moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wiped out of existence. For me, there will be no peace or another world after death. That's why everything must be completed before I go. That's why I will have nothing. That's why will has no meaning for me. And even if I had a chance to write such a thing, if I did have such a chance, I want to see it. I want to see it one more time. I want to see Beatrice's smile, lame face, one last time. Oh, Beatrice, why have you resisted me so long? I'll return everything you have given me. I am prepared to lose everything. So please, show me your smile, just once more. Beatrice, I beg of you. You must be able to hear my plea. That's the kind woman you are. I beg of you, show me yourself. You're here, aren't you? You're standing there, invisible, listening to every word I say. Even now, you're mocking me from somewhere in this room, aren't you? Please appear before me once more and smile. Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you desire. Don't you want to die? I don't want to die alone like this. I cannot let myself die until I've seen your smile just one more time. Ah, Beatrice. Beatrice. Offer up is left mine, offer up to you. I beg you, Beatrice. Okay, we're gonna mute this, I guess, just in case. Whoa. Things sure move with the times, don't they? I can't believe we'll be able to make the trip in just 20 minutes. Damn, this is gonna be really like the 90s. Well, early 1900s. So. I couldn't scratch my head but marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day by swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Njima. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a small. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's gonna shake, isn't it? They say smaller boats shake more than the big ones, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. Ah, just spare me. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Bad Lagoon. It shakes much less than the boat did. Gah, is it you, George? Don't scare me like that. You just shaved 3 years off my life. Anyways, what's shaking got to do with anything? I think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking, or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right? Oh, of course not. My mistake. So you've changed quite a lot since the last time I saw you. After all, it's been 6 years since then. You're not a kid anymore. Ah, sheesh. And you are old enough to smoke and drink. I've got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some booze. Well, if you've got your dad's genes, I'll bet you can hold your own then. Comes to drinking, right? Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure. It's pretty hard to do some business in Japan without it. Base, I guess. That's exactly right. That's why I never miss a chance to get into some practice. That's not good, Brother Coon. You're still a minor. Don't you know alcohol can stunt the growth of... never mind. Come on. I'm tall enough already. In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little. It's Tumway's brain, but... I puffed my chest out proudly. They were playing as battler. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. My height was below average in my class. But then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I passed 180 centimeters, 5'11" inches. I guess I have all that muscle training, those shady mail order performance-enhancing drugs to thank for that. Yeah, he's a rich little snob. Before then, I never dreamed I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniki, who'd reached his peak height early on. Damn, I bet my relatives will all say, "Look how big you've grown, Battler John," or something. It's all so embarrassing. I wish they'd just give me a break. Anyways, my name is Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think?
They're outside for a freezer.
I've gotta wonder what my parents were thinking when they named me that. I've never met anyone who could read it right first time. I usually get called Sintoku. Sorry, but that's not even close. Name is written. Can you read it? No, not a fucking clue. First bird is my family name. Ushiro Miya. That's the familiar possible Japanese pronunciation so far. Sounds like a good name. Find in person. It's pronounced
Guys, I gotta have you guys be
Battler. 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 You've got Ushiro Miya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that. It's even more crazy that some government workers let them make it official.
Brandon, it's either been the whole team I'm fighting against,
Beige.
or the whole team's on site with them all on site, bro. Either the whole team's on site on the enemy team, and I'm the only one on site, and then they clamp down on my whole team. Like, where the fuck are they off site? You know what I mean? Or the whole team's dead, and it's 5v1. But like, what the fuck?
Anyways, this is one of my cousins. His name is pronounced Ushimi George. He's 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this year. Yo, he's the same age as me. Well,
Yeah.
I'm older than George, I guess, by a little bit. Since the original my cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I'm playing with George all the time. Aniki. And they're like brothers. Whoa. But look how big you've gotten. Just like he said. You know what they say? They leave the boy for 3 days and you hardly recognize him. Well, it must be in his blood. Rudolph wasn't even that tall either until his high school years. Perhaps people end up taller if their growth spurt comes late. Nah, it's nothing special. A real man needs to be tough on their inside, too. Exactly. Bandler Coon here knows how it works. Real men win or lose based on what they've got on the inside. I can't even forget to keep up your training and discipline. You gotta do that. Wait very early for the perfect moment and strike. Now, I never even imagined I'd come to the company president I am today, master of my own domain. Yep, to think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined. It's a small loan of $1 million. This stone plump old guy is George and Nikki's dad, Uncle Ishii. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, and even quick to give out some splendid money to us kids. So he's cool. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. Hell yeah. Smokes an odd, very noble Kansi dialect, but he's actually an actual boring Kanto man. If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story. That's enough for now, I think. I'm sure Battler's getting tired of it. Aren't you? Haha, nope, not at all. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories can brag about. I don't have anything like that at all. Oh, really? I imagine a man with looks would leave girls crying left and right. Oh, I can't believe you have nothing at all to brag about. Well, haha, you're joking, right? Of course, nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. Heck, I wish it could. Come on, you aren't fooling anyone. You must tell your aunt all about it later. After all, nothing of these sorts ever happened to George. Rip George. Get dunked on. This is George Akini's mother, Wanta Eva. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hishiro are a pair of jokers, and they're always teasing me, back as far as I can remember. This one has been a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Well, I guess even though the events the last 30 seconds prove that they can still be hard to get along with. Even so, Georgie's mom is interesting and fun. They seem to get along just fine. That's pretty much the total opposite of my family. Ooh. Bandicoot. Have you seen Rudolph's son? Huh? He headed off to the bathroom a while ago. It's not back yet. And the Porkies are dropped dead. She married him, so she just wants that money, bro.
I shot you, bro.
Well, that was Ballard that said that. Never mind. That's no way to talk about your own father. But that smile says you kind of agree. Just kidding. Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom. Yeah, the guy's always been that way. So you really have to take a magazine with him every time it takes a dump. Based. I wonder if he's doing in there with all those particular magazines. Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all. Yeah, fucking knocker. I haven't let him do that on his own. Ayo, what the incarnation? Well, I have to get all the juicy details later. Sounds like he's got his balls in an iron grip. This family's wacky as shit.
Yeah, without you, bro, you're sad, but then without you. No, I don't.
Battler. Hey, workshop dad. Bippity boopy. Hug. Oh, slugs from the shoulder. Don't pinch my ear. Oh. So you've been talking trash about me with mom, have you again? What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father? Pulls on his ear again. Damn it, that hurts. You can't stretch my ear all you want, but I'm not gonna be able to fly. That hurts. Come on. Up, down, up, left, right, left. It's doing hacks on them. Nothing free way to do rude. Rudolph. Uh-huh. Fair enough. Martial arts is pretty dope, I guess. Don't know why an old lady is so crazy at martial arts. I mean, she's pretty fine for a old man.
It's not that good.
Damn.
Face Maldoji slaps.
She knocked out a dude. I'm done narrating for now. I'm too tired for that. And no one's watching me. Oh. Damn. You're a lucky dude. You never had to suffer. Fair enough. No, it's not. Cringe. You're not even using it, bro. You're not even using it, bro. You just have it like on. Though some people use it with their shirt on, I guess it kind of penetrates through that, but a little bit, not really.
I can see now.
Fair enough. And you probably don't look like a demon. Super fine adult who's about to goof off in his own. Cringe. They're just little playthings. Based. George Kuhn is a real G. Damn. Talking shit about Battler. Oh, come on now. Hee hee. You think so? I mean, probably. She often catches a cold when the season changes. She's very frail. Rip.
Stairs coming in bedrooms. To your left. You're right. Right.
I think that's a wise move. She'll heal a lot better if she stays away from that venomous head family household. Fair enough. A child's health is always more important than an adult's convenience, don't you think? Yeah, I do, as an antinatalist. Hence why you shouldn't fucking have children. I know of some great medicine for vomiting, cold like that. When we get back home, I'll send some with you right away, so please, let me try some. Thank you very much, son. I'm always in your debt. Once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Eva gave Dad just desserts for tugging on my ear. Are we still waiting for the weather report? Says George, pointing at the counter. According to Miller, planes are more subject to winds and other effects than the weather, and it's not at all uncommon for flights to become delayed. True. Butler's actually scared of the shakiness, but he's trying to act like Chad. Ooh. The Kanto region.
You guys fucking suck at reinforcement shit.
A typhoon. Shit, they're in trouble.
There's two of them downstairs basement.
I think it's
Upstairs.
couldn't have chosen a better season. I agree. I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Open Festival in mid-August. In that case, why don't you suggest that the father and niece entering the conference, huh? Very funny. Why don't you do it yourself? Our brother would never listen to anything I suggest. After all, no way. It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October. It's perfectly fine. I was just saying you might want to propose it since you said you hate typhoons so much, you know? At least that the typhoons always come around this time of year. You're the one who said you wanted to move it to the Open Festival, right? Hmm? Well, you did. You said it was you said it to last year. I mean, what? Didn't you say that it wouldn't be easier to fit into your schedule if we had it during the Open Festival? Hmm? I never said anything like that. Oh, yes, you did. I certainly wouldn't forget something like that.
Look at our team, bro.
Oh, I didn't. You know one thing. Honestly, it could be reversed right now. Didn't you know? Stop being a kick. Just a hair's breadth away from impact is a very high level technique. Oh yeah, I was reading the wrong order. Sheesh, woman your age shouldn't be spreading their. Dan Ondave's argument looked no different from a couple of brands quarreling. Even though they usually behave like normal parents, they turn right back into kids again when they meet their siblings at these family conferences. You're the one who looks like a real adult analysis and all that kind of like blah blah blah. Hope never. The old bastard. Me too, man. Never in a rather much in a bit intellectual like you, Aniki. Base. Like me.
COVID's a stupid meme point. I just decided to
Social maybe, but intellectual no. I'm sure you'll outstrip me fast enough when you become an adult. George Nicky scratched his head and laughed, as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. Of course, because he's way smarter than this fucker. Yo, George is a real G. And then there's me, Bad Raccoon. I'm nothing at all like Anki. I'm a bitch. I'm living my happy-go-lucky, idle high school life to the max. I've got no dreams for the future. Same, my dude. I'd like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in. But of course, that could never happen. Same. That Anki was my age. He had already formed an impressive object that had started developing himself towards studying goals. so I guess I can't compare it all. Rip.
Big window.
Oof.
Window, bro. That's good. Big window.
Right then. Oh, it isn't a rose. Murray-chan, long time no see. Maria. Shouldn't be. It's good to see you again. Greet your uncle properly. Oh. Rosa. Fine.
Freezer. That's where I wanted you to go. Freezer. Gordon's freezer. It's a pussy. Gordon's dead. Sarah's or my row table is dead. You guys should have been magical. Thank you again, my good old cat player. We only have one good person on my team. I'm Lily slaughtering them, and he's doing sloppy seconds. You know what I mean, Tanner?
One of my friends claims to have a memory when they're like 3. Well, had a friend. Maria. This is Balder, only John, Rudolph's niece and son. Understand? The brother's son is the brother is the son. Oh, oh. Adler's a real G. Sorry, it's about George, but Adler too. Cringe.
Sacrificing myself, guys. Almost one of you guys wants to revive me. Guys, someone come revive me. The other C4, they're not kidding. Oh, guys, I'm safe from the guys, but it's okay. They left me dead.
Bong.
You know, I had a C4 set up. I didn't even push. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Does look like a cross. The Ultra Mill. Yeah, they're all Japanese. She's hot as fuck. Goddamn, I thought this is like before 9/11. Maybe it's not.
Two on one thing. Virgil Sour. Three. Two of them. All three on one thing. Around that area. Using arcades, one thing. Use one here. Riot shield. Damn, he went invisible, bro.
Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as he did. Boarding will now commence. As I call out the names of the passenger list, please take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side, going right to left, and then onto the next row. We'll now begin reading the passenger list. Blah, blah, blah. should have taken the boat. The boat. Oh, whoa. Be my man.
about that person. But only 50 people are allowed to stake these pandas in the pool on this NFT exchange. The first, you're only allowed to stake one person each. So the first 59 was the 49th person. It only costs me like $1 to get the damn pool, so it's not that much. Yeah. You know where those little black glasses
San, give me a pan, please. My, Rokun, you're always so popular with the ladies. I'm jealous. Mwahaha.
Luna, shut up.
Base.
Luna, go outside or shut up.
It's not gonna understand you, Kyle.
Sorry.
Read chat, you friendly ghost. Oh, is someone actually here? What's going on? Don't tell me you started without me. I can't hear the game volume, but I can hear you breathing intensely. Lol. Stream keeps buffering, but well, I don't know if that's mine. No, it's buffering because the internet in this house is absolute dookie, and my brother just hooks the internet directly up to all this stuff. Yeah, but it's hooked directly up to yours. You're like a quarter of the year, and it's like hooked up directly to your shit. Parents don't love me, even though I literally have all the internet. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at your shit, Colin. I'm not gonna look at your e-boy tech. Guess you're too busy to read the chat. No, I've just been streaming for like literally 2 hours, bro. And yeah, you guys showed up like 10 minutes ago, bro. Are you tired? A little bit. I mean, I took my antipsychotics like about 30 minutes ago, so it's slowly gonna kick in, and then I'm gonna get tired again. But then once I get past that, then make me like really awake. It's like a it's like a trial of tribulation, you know, like you get past the tired and then you enter the phase of like, wow, I could just never sleep again. So that's the uh but right now it's just kind of like I get a little bit tired and yeah, but yeah, I've been streaming for 2 hours and you guys showed up like 10 minutes ago, so I wasn't watching the chat because I have to like kind of click back and forth between them, and I didn't think anybody was watching me. So, but welcome, welcome. How are y'all doing? On a subjective level, of course, because objectively, we all know what I think about the objective world. It's trash. Glad Soft Apple has me on Discord because he messaged me. It's the only reason I noticed was because it just popped up on my screen in the bottom of the corner being like, yo boy, read the chat, you idiot. And I'm like, oh, what? Well, you're not getting enough people to talk about your philosophical views, so I would suggest signing up to up top this Reddit. Here's thousands of people you can lure to your YouTube talk about your views. Should help you. Reddit/antinatalism. You caught 5 salmon? Nice. I will too because I'm a scrapitarian. Yeah, actually, I had salmon yesterday, guys. I'm maybe vegan because I don't buy things from the store, but when it comes down to it, I'll have hunted meat because I'm a primordialist. So I had like burnt salmon yesterday because I was at a friend's house and they were just kind of like, "Yo, bro, you're a scrapitarian, right? We have like a bunch of burnt salmon and we're gonna toss it, but if you want it, you can have it." And I'm like, "Yo, fuck yeah, I'll take the burnt salmon." And it was pretty good. It was like jerky, but like fish, because they were smoking it and it kind of burnt. So it was like smoky burnt salmon. It was pretty damn tasty, not gonna lie.
I just got 4 or 5 more NFTs, but these are the ones you can see right now. I got him and I got him.
Your NFTs look like they have mental disorders that make them retarded.
That's a mutant doctor, and that's a moon ape.
The moon ape looks like it's smoked fucking
That's a guardian. That's a guardian
moon
cyborg
rocks.
ape.
I don't know how people actually pay money for those, Colin.
And these are like $2 a piece.
I still don't know how anybody pays $2 for
I'm
that.
staking them to get more money, Grant. I'm getting paid in like some meme coin.
Eating meat your brother killed. It wasn't my brother that killed it. It was one of my friends that hunted it. And it's not hypocrisy because veganism, and there's multiple reasons to be vegan. I'm not a deontologist. I'm a consequentialist. So it's not being a hypocrite. If grab your fucking, I pay for these, faggot. Cool. Anyways, no. But when it comes down to it, why is your friend there? Why doesn't he come on camera? Because my brother isn't necessarily my brother, but he's not the one that. Okay, I'm at my parents' house, but I don't only hang out with the same people ever. Okay, the people I was hanging out with yesterday are my friends. This is my brother. The people that got me the salmon are different people. Oh yeah, that's my brother. The people with yesterday were my friends, and they were fishing, and they got a bunch of salmon. So it was delicious. And when it comes down to it, I'm a pro-mortalist. Pro-mortalist just means death isn't bad for the one. Epicureanism means death isn't bad for the one to die. Pro-mortalism means death is good for the one who dies. So he's popular. Me, a little bit. My brother's more cool than I am in terms of coolness, but in terms of and popularity and like campus, but in terms of like close friends, I technically have more close friends than my brother does. But just basically, what?
I wouldn't say I'm popular. Some people hate me on campus.
Exactly. If people hate you on campus, that means you're popular, Colin. People don't hate people who aren't well known. Let's let's look at Paul Allen's card. They want to hear what your opinion is on. The quality's better and it's less delay on Twitch. Awesome. Also, he has blonde hair. Yeah, my brother has like slightly blonde hair. I mean,
It's
dirty brown. I mean, dirty blonde. You wouldn't say dirty brown. Dirty brown.
It's definitely more brown than blonde.
Yeah, it's definitely more brown than blonde. It used to be more blonde than brown. I want to know what you think of my philosophical views, even though Colin's an egoist, so he basically
Realist and a realist. I don't care about much as long as it's relevant.
Colin's basically like LMAO if Nike wants to make a little girl in the Sahara die from like tie dye, like dyeing like really cheap clothes, and she gets like cancer in her skin and dies from it. Colin's just like, hey man, the economy gotta flow somehow. So yeah, Colin's basically a piece of shit. Fuck him. He's laughing, but
How many? It has to happen, Brad. Like we need to feed the world. We need to make bananas the way they are. Like I don't want.
Colin, no, you waste so much fucking shit. You're lying to yourself, you idiot.
I am, Brad. That's because I'm a realist.
You're not a realist. You're just a capitalist. You're not a realist. You're a capitalist, and you call yourself a. Is he taking any Prozac? I don't know what the fuck Prozac is, but Colin's not taking Prozac. What was that? No, I'm not taking Prozac. I'm taking something that starts with an M and then fluoxetine. Some type of antipsychotic for major depressive disorder and antidepressants. Because I'm the big depressed. Can't even hear Colin, which sucks. Colin's just laughing at how he's a business major and wants to watch poor people die for his money. And he's laughing at how I'm making fun of him, but not really making fun of him. Laughing through the pain. Well, here's the thing. This is what it sounds like. I'm not sure if this is loud for y'all. Tell me if this is loud. Can you hear it or no? Can't hear anything? That's fair. Yeah, it's literally just music anyways. It doesn't actually have like a sound for the dialogue on the screen. It's just kind of like music. So I figured that it's a visual novel basically. So it's basically just reading. I can narrate it though. Let's see who's talking. I knew it.
Musicians like you fucking rabbits, Brand.
Colin, I don't care about your NFTs.
These are pre-sale.
Colin, go suck the NFTs off somewhere else. Haha, I knew it. You really are awesome, Aniki. In other words, I don't know anything about NFTs other than that they're a bunch of images that I could literally generate for free using Wombo Treebarn, but better.
The time that I told you that we should make the NFTs of the animals that we breeded together.
Colin, I could
Think
literally.
about with those NFTs, Brand.
Colin,
Yeah, Brand. Those NFTs are worth like $10 a piece.
that's cringe. I can literally make NFTs on my phone if I want to, but I'm not going to.
You could make those NFTs. Like get 25,000 of them.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. Colin, I stopped caring about 10 seconds ago.
Listening to them. Yeah, get 25,000 of them. Come back to me with that, Brand. The same exact identical picture, but different.
You had my attention when I was trying to like dunk on you about Wombo art, and then you started responding, and I was like, I stopped caring. Anyways, is Colin playing the game with you? No, Colin's just playing Rainbow Six Siege.
No, I was. Now I'm investing in NFTs.
Now Colin's jerking off his NFTs while his teammates die. No, I'm kidding. He's just sitting on the main screen. No. When it comes down to it, yeah, this is an anime game. You should tell Colin to stream, see who is more popular on Twitch. How many viewers do you have on Twitch, Colin?
Like 3.
3 viewers. Well, seeing as though I have 2 viewers, we're basically the same. The only difference is I talk a little bit more, and I basically am talking about like philosophy on occasion, and he's just kind of like big chillin', being all clout man.
Yeah, I'm just
So
playing video games slaughtering.
he's just really, really good at gaming. So
Not good
he's
at
not.
gaming, I'm just ass at gaming, bro.
Colin's better than the average bear at gaming.
What the fuck? Go smoke some weed.
Yeah, we want to smoke in a little bit here, but first I'm going to narrate a little bit more of this. Anyways, I have to look after myself. I feel like this is Battler talking. Battler's the red guy here. This is George. George is the guy in green. Like olive. No one tells me what to do. Well, it's not like I'd listen if they did. Battler-san, have you still not returned to your parents' home? Well, I kind of got back now and then. I've got lots of clothes and stuff left at the house I was living in until recently. Oh, Battler has 2 houses. Sometimes something like that, you know? I mean, his parents' house is not his. Why? Why do you have 2 houses? Hmm? Hmm? Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced this naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer. It's because parents are divorced. Maria, look, you can see the other harbor now. Look over there. Can you see it? Coming in clutch, Jessica. Saw the harbor. Apparently, Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Well, I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. Let's check chat. How is there no indicator of who's talking, lol? That's a good question, yo. I think the same thing. It's an old ass game. So here's the thing. Like, this is an old game. Like, here. This is like over 10 years old. Like it has to be like at least 15 at this point, probably. See, if I switch to original images, look how ugly they look.
See, Brent, these 50 NFTs on Chrome.
Colin, you just don't get it, homie.
Brings worth 1 Ethereum.
1 Ethereum.
Guaranteed. This picture.
It may be worth 1 Ethereum, but it was worth like 10 of my brain cells. When those grandparents passed away, one more or the other, I basically had no choice but to go back and live with an AI shark. Wow, that's truly brilliant. Maybe. Don't get me wrong. I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. No, I'm just like, I want to play this game. The only one fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kiri-san. Being able to hold that old bastard, reigns to ride him out at speed. Still, the way that old bastard betrayed my mom. Basically, the main character is Battler, by the way. Just so you know. Well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that. He's a little bitch. Look at how ugly they are. Look at how ugly they are. My believers. My believers, the anti-natalists. Yo. Dare the Giver, yeah, Dare the Giver is not an anti-natalist. He's just a guy. But look at this art; it is absolutely beautiful. Do you guys like the original art, which is like where they all look? I already made him a commercial. You made me a commercial. That's fucking dope. Thank you. Look at how beautiful they are. Well, be getting there soon. George, I think you could start trying to change the subject. Forgive my indiscretion. It seems this old woman has said too much already. Yeah, man, I'm narrating. Do you want me to go, or I can move rooms if you want? If I have to hurt your feelings. I don't mind it if the other's feelings are hurt. Don't worry. Well, I'm playing a game. It's a visual novel. Which is basically a book. And I'm also talking about philosophy. If people want to talk about philosophy, that is. This is liminal asking. But no, we're switching the images back to that. It looks so much better. I don't mind. No one's certain. Don't worry. But I was more concerned about being worried for something like that. So I stood up and passed it off lightly. After that, I had some my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island. Battler, I saw the island. There. Oh. Where is it? Oh, I see it now. Even after 6 years, the island hasn't changed a bit. The small island silhouette is in front of us, has gotten pretty close. This island's name is Rokenjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are only 7 islands, but that's not true. There's actually several more, and Rokinja is one of the minor islands that doesn't get counted. Even if that weren't the case, I doubt you'd find many people who knew about this island. Only people connected to the Ushima family ever go there. In other words, outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it. So, you'll never find this island, maybe in a traveler brochure. You never find that in a travel brochure, Ripperoni. After all, Rokinja is just an estate possessed by the Ushima family head. Fair enough. Only the Ushimura family lives there, and only people connected to the Ushimura family come and go from there. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. Sounds pretty cozy, to be honest. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste when it could be made into a nice golf course or something. Capitalists. However, then you realize the entire coastline is a private beach and it starts sounding pretty magnificent. It's true. You probably guessed by now, but to put it simply, well, usually roll of dough, we be rich out here. The head family apparently possesses a vast fortune. And Dad and the others who make up the Baracha families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life in my grandparents' home these past 6 years, so I've completely forgotten. But the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish taste of annoyingly rich. Come to think about it, I guess it makes George, Jessica, and Maria my wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Well, it makes them all rich, snobby bitches, basically. Needless to say, none of us thinking of ourselves that way at all. Think we're all normies, but you're rich cunts. I don't see myself as being rich, and Jordan really takes self-discipline very seriously. Doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Rather be moved to the city than be rich. Fair enough. But you still live in the benefits, though. And Maria's just a kid. Yeah. Seem less snobbish. From the perspective of the people in poverty who can pay for the bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. This isn't the place to explain further, so I won't. Anyways, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. Shit, getting into the antinatalism territory. You can't choose who you're born to. And his family's fucking trash. Not trash as some families, but it's his family's. Though he has plenty of milfs in his family tree. He's born to a rich family. Anyways, I don't think it's really something to be envied. It definitely is. It can be pretty trying people get prejudice against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits. You would do the same thing if you're poor or middle class or whatever, but it's okay, rich man. People judge me because I have money. As I ponder these sentimental thoughts, Maria started to shout and lead over the rail. Oh, gone. What's wrong, Maria? Did you drop something? Oh, gone. What the fuck? Maria keeps yelling, gone. At first it sounded as if though she had dropped something, but while she shouted, she also pointed out over the ocean. What's wrong? What's gone? I'll look for it too, if you want. What is it? If she dropped something, she would probably have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. I would assume by that gesture that she had spotted something. She kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I wasn't able to spot before on a kid who come there every year. Huh? If I remember correctly, wasn't there a Tory or something on top of a small crag around here? That's right, it was definitely there. Remember it well, since we get closer to the island. It's the first thing that greets us, like a landmark. Wow, you're amazing, Battler. Even though it's been 6 years, you remembered. Yeah, he's a Chad, has that memory of an elephant. It was there, wasn't it? I remember too. The Tertulli's God shrine and the turtle-like thing were standing all alone, not crag. Now that you mention it, they're gone, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they weren't still there last year. Gone. Gone. Oh, maybe they were washed away by the waves or something. Just fucking rip. It was a small crag, so it probably got worn away over time. Well, that's my theory too. It was last summer that it disappeared, but they say an enormous lightning bolt came crashing down one evening and smashed the shrine. The fishermen whispered that having a thunderbolt fall upon our honored the god must be a portent approaching misfortune. Oh, however, a portent of misfortune? Enough, Kuzma-san. Marie isn't old enough to get that kind of joke. It's okay, Marjan. It's just a coincidence. Nothing scary is gonna happen. George only put on a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's dark-eyed expression didn't waver. Misfortune. Misfortune. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a bit creepy. Does this game feel like it's gonna change your life? No, not at all. But it does, it's kind of amusing, I guess. Though it's about like magic and fate and family dynamic stuff. So maybe it will. Who knows? Hey, now, Maria. If you say it over and over, then again, this game is like 150 hours in, and I'm 150 hours. I'm like an hour or two in. You know, I tapped Maria's other shoulder. Maria whipped her head around, staring at my face, and spoke unbelievably, unblinkingly. "Mm, misfortune is coming." Huh? And just where is it coming from? I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leading than it had been that morning. Lit end. So basically, it's getting darker. That's right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if the storm doesn't pass quickly, we wouldn't be able to make it to school on Monday. Rip, I guess. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent based. Oh, she apparently senses some kind of misfortune in this cloudy sky. She's been murmuring that nonstop for a while now. Girls, the memories are kind of very impressionable. She's just about the age that many girls start to get excited about the sixth senses, whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. For all we know, this might be due to her childish, sensitive nature. It's okay, Maria-chan. The weather might be getting worse tonight, but tomorrow it'll clear up and become a pretty blue sky. Pretty blue sky? That's right, but tomorrow will be pretty blue sky. There's no rain that doesn't end, and no clouds that never clear. Rain that doesn't end, clouds that never clear.
Are you in a fountain area?
Typhoon's coming, but it'll go away. It'll be okay, Maria. Battle Raccoon in the chat. Maria started yelling, It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying to desperately warn us about? Unable to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of misfortune. I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that if it weakens as you age. That would mean that Maria, the youngest of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At the moment, Kusunja quietly opened her mouth, whatever that person's name is. Rumor has it that long ago, Rukenjima was Kamizawa-san. Let's not talk about that now. Just as Kusunja was about to tell her some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. I wanted to push her further, just out of simple curiosity, but judging by the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumizaki-chan was likely to say would probably make Marie even more uneasy. If I did not try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good. It wouldn't be anything bright and cheery. Yeah, fair enough. Ho ho ho, I do apologize about that. The wind here is hard to bear for the elderly, so if you would excuse me for now. Just dips out. Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kuzumak-san has finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. After she left, Uncle Hideji showed up in her place. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung around the scene. So he refreshingly and utterly swept that atmosphere aside. So in the end, it was back to that tact-ridden mood. Looks like we're almost there. Eating ass and fucking bitches. I don't know why my brain said that. Looks like we're almost there. Just a bit more. Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it? Wonder whose fault that was. Sorry, Battler, you seasick motherfucker. Wahahaha. It's a moth. You break already. Wow, come on, don't stop there. Seriously, thanks, Battler. Here it is, taking forever.
Yeah, that's all. I'm gonna try to get you power level.
Maria-chan, there's nothing to be afraid of. Because we're all together, there's nothing to be afraid of if we're together. Wow, very cringe, Battler, but very nice at the same time. Go ahead and say it. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Yes. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together with each other. Blah, blah, blah. That's right. Exactly what George says. If we stick out, we'll be able to overcome anything you're afraid of or whatever. There'll be nothing to be afraid of. Blah, blah. Right, Jessica? All right, oh. Yeah, no doubt about it. What George says is always true, Maria. George is pretty based, so I mean, you're probably not wrong. Except for the fact that you're going to a cursed ass island, so you're probably wrong. Yes, I don't lie. But you get wrong. So trust me. There's nothing to be afraid of. For we're all together. George, Onisha doesn't lie. I trust you. There's nothing to be afraid of. For we're all together. Nothing afraid.
Well, there we go, friends. There we go. It's in the bottom right. If you hit social.
No, what's going on here? Virgin didn't get seasick, did she? Well, something like that. We'll be arriving soon. The harbor was already drawing near. Chapter 2, I imagine.
Going back up there. We were in the Hobbit. Yep. I'm trying to play with you.
The boat gave a big shudder. Seems we've knocked out the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. The large man in the tuxedo was waiting, with a warm smile. I didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guessed he was a servant of the Shirima household. Head house. Welcome home, my lady. You were so late in returning that I began to worry. Thanks for caring. This moron got so scared that we had to slow down. It was seriously annoying. Shut up. Someday, when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. Cringe. At this rate, word spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Yeah, you're a scaredy cat. Even without this, everyone will be talking about me because of that 6-year gap. But now I've given them an even more juicier topic. Damn it, why does the Ushima head house family live to this isolated island? Because better to be trapped on cursed stuff. Maria is gonna die for sure. Maria probably will die, but I have a feeling Maria, if I remember right, it's like I know very little about this game, but if I remember right, from what I do know, Maria has like weird connection to the supernatural, and someone has connection to the witch for some reason. I don't know what, but I know she has like she's gonna be around for a while, is all I know. Uh, but she's probably gonna die. I've imagined a lot of them are gonna die. I can't imagine this game is very nice to the characters by the end of it. All games in Japan start out friendly and end up in death. It's just how it be. In the meantime, the boat finished, blah blah blah. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from the inside of the boat. You must all be quite tired from your long trip. Madame, please allow me to assist you. Thank you. It's been a while, Godan-san. How are you? Goda-san. Thank you for your concern. It is always my pleasure to serve. Batlakun, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you were working together here 6 years ago, weren't you? You were not working here 6 years ago. Indeed. So please allow me to greet him for the first time. It's an honor to meet you, Battler-sama. I'm pretty confident about my height, but you're huge. This is definitely our first time meeting. I'd never forget meeting a big guy like you. Slugs him in the shoulder or something. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler. I was looking forward to meeting you. Oh, I'm the butler. I was looking for me. I'm Goda, your servant, and I've been working for the Ushmer since the year before last. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there's anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time. Goda-san, it's been quite some time. It's been so long, George-sama. Please, allow me to assist you. As usual, you're a pro at welcoming the guests. If you need a job, just let me know, okay? I'd hire you anytime, businessman. You do me so much honor. Please, allow me to assist you, Hiroshima-sama. Koda-san then led a hand everybody as disembarked, leading the greeting miss of house.
If you want to go in it, come with me. You're gonna have to play really safe though. If you die, it's because you came in here too early. But it will teach you. This is a harder level. This is what you'll have to do to get to like max level. Okay.
There's a beach on the island. They're right. Looks nice too. I mean, I would fucking wish I owned that island.
We're just trying to get to the final boss, but if you stick with us, we'll kill things for you. Just follow the lava paths. Follow the lava paths and just try to stay alive and dodge things. Heal up whenever you can and shit like that.
Now I think about it, it must be why I felt something out of place for a while now. I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. Seagulls? The birds? If I remember correctly, whenever we came into this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively nya nya noises. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of the seagulls anywhere, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for the small part of this island where those usually live. Okajima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there's a cliff somewhere at the house. A huge seagull colony on this island was always. There's a bunch of seagulls living on the island, basically. Not having those seagulls to greet us made it feel a bit lonely. It's because of the hurricane. They're all scared off, taking shelter on the mainland. What's wrong, Battler-kun? Oh, Aunt Rosa. No, it's nothing really. I was just thinking it's a bit lonely without the cries of the seagulls. Ah, my, that's true, now that you mention it. Even though they're always so noisy, today there isn't one to be heard or seen. Why no seagulls? Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere too. Maria, did you want to see the seagulls? Wanted to see them? Still, it's a bit strange there isn't even a single one around. Maybe Jessica grilled them all and ate them. Ripping on Jessica. Jessica's 18, so I'm allowed to say she's hot. Big titty Jessica. Woo woo. Who's hotter, Jessica or Rose? That's the real question. Rose is the MILF, Jessica's the other one. Yeah, this is Jessica. Rose is the hot MILF. I was over there. The hell, don't say disturbing stuff like that. You'll get Maria believing it. Oh, Jessica only grilled them. Jessica only grilled them. Yep, Jessica ate all the birds. I did not. I did not. Why the hell would I do something like that? That's right. That's right. Jessica grilled them. Ha ha ha. Skinned them meatballs, livers, and onion. Swimming meatballs. Liver onion. Ha 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 ha.
for you. Not usable. This is used by a summoner. Are you a summoner? Here, take this shit. Don't trade with me. That potion that you use.
That's not it, Maria. I've heard wild birds are seeing changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. The weather will probably get worse tonight. The seagulls might have returned to their nests early. Not grilled? Jessica Oni-chan didn't grill them? No. I wouldn't do something like that. Battler, you admit right now that you lied.
Yeah, it's like if you get like 8 of them, you can turn
Battler, Moon. Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes every joke seriously. You shouldn't choose. You should choose your jokes more carefully. Fair enough. Maria's just kind of an idiot. She only scolded me. She's kind of autistic, low key. Even though I was, I honestly was, of course, a joke. There was no choice, but it was immediately apologize. I do apologize. Sure. My bad. Maria, that was just a joke, and the seagulls are taking it easy in the nest today, that's all, It's just like I would never eat them. Battler lied. George Uniton told me the truth. Hadn't she actually been tricked despite all the fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little bit overboard with her after all. That's alright. What George says is true. The weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day. It doesn't mean they're gone. Right, Aunt Rosa? The MILF. That's right. Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back and we can hear them cry, "Mrah, mrah," like they always do. Oh, I'll wait until the weather gets better and they come back. Gonna wait until tomorrow. Gonna wait until the weather's better. Oh. Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George and Anki really made an amazing talk care. It's really amazing in taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. George-kun is amazing at taking care of young kids. You wanted to? I bet you'd do great with a job in childcare, don't you think? Yeah, it's almost like George Nissan was born to do something like that. Personally, I think that'd suit you better than doing business in some company president's office. Oh no. Childcare is a fine career path, but it's not a job where merely liking children is enough. You have to get paid money. Just kidding, it doesn't actually say that last part. You really are modest, George Coon. But Battler Coon is quite good with children too. Just a second ago, even though it didn't last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun. Please, keep it on being playful with her like you did just now. Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay? Giggle. Giggle. Deaf Maria. Maria's a little daff. Wink me giggle a little. She's a real mother. I thought of myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun. Come on, Rosa. And you rats too. What the hell are you doing? Let's get going. Okay, we're coming. The little bastard was waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we need to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after settling our luggage down in our rooms. Now then, everyone allow me to lead you to the guest house where you will be spending the night. Please, this way. Goda-san called everyone and led the way.
could have like all mana if you wanted. You can only have 6 of 6. I mean, how far you can have
Its
all
facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading
have
before it.
6, you could have 12 of 1.
Ah,
Back on you could roll.
it's as beautiful as ever this year.
But there's
A
way
real
better
delight for
stuff.
the eyes. After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one. It's just me, or the flowers a little less lively this year? It's probably because wasn't that hot this summer. I also believe it was that factor. Sadly, this year's blooming was a tad inferior when compared to last year's. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden.
You think
I
Mobile
remembered
Legends
that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came into Rokunmija. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give their voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memories of 6 years ago.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't start with this shit.
This place is always so amazing. It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this at home.
Guys back here.
Give it up. Who do you think would take care of it? Roses are real pain, without bugs and disease to worry about. Yeah. Well, from what I've heard, Kiri-Nissan takes care of every rose every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it. Right? Hmm? What are you talking about? That's right. Though in this person's case, the roses get after the insects like some nasty carnivorous plant. Oh, so that's what you mean. Haha, Congressman, can't you give that rest just for today? I've put that sort of thing completely behind me. I wonder. After all, you're a womanizer on almost a genetic level. Well, that's a little mean. No need to worry, Rosa-san. When a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root. Ho ho ho. Such frightening talk this is. Guys, particularly ladies, was forced to live dangerously. I sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life. Hitoshi-Nissan, like I said, this isn't that at all. And Kiri, stop it. You're freaking me out. You've made my rose wilt. Cringe. Hey, Maria-chan, look over here. These roses are especially magnificent. Yeah, there's a batch of awesome-ass roses. Bunch of flowers. Magnificent roses. Oh. Smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegant perfectly. Hey, cut it out. We're just gonna imitate you and get hurt by my thorns. She yelled at me as I leaned and smelled the roses, said with exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overacting, but when I turned round, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture, and George really smiling proudly at us. Hey now, Jim, be careful. Rose thorns can hurt. Oh, George, Oni-chan. Oh, this rose strange. Strange. What's wrong? Maria pointed to the single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others wilt. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. Must have made her feel lonely. So you feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy? The others are all healthy, but this one's sad. Well, they'll bloom and wither on their own paces. But this one just started to wither early because it's got to bloom before the others. Yeah, that's right. It probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duties, and then went to sleep. You shouldn't get so worked up about it. It seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, I still feel lonely for her. Then, Maria-chan, why don't you look after this rose until we leave? Hmm? George Anki stared up her pocket. He then took out the wrapper of candy stuff, twisted it into a thin string, and gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker. Hey, that's pretty cute. Let's mark it with this. Later on, you can come around to give it some water. I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy. Come to give it water. Let's see if anybody's chatting in the. Your brother got bored and ditched. Nah, he's just over there. I think you can see him. Yeah.
I'm running, bro. I'm running. I know. I'm protecting this one strong.
I'm actually in my brother's room right now, so. Well, kind of his room. It's like the basement, which functions as like his room for the most part. Oh yeah, this was your brother's domain. Yeah. Yeah, he's back from college for the summer, so he's living in the basement. But I mean, it's still the basement, so it's like everybody's room technically. But I mean, it's like mainly his, because like there's not really much of a reason to go into the basement. So that's a nice, colorful shirt. Thanks. Yeah, it has dude on it made of marble and a bunch of like water being poured from it, and like some butterfly knives and rockets firing into the sky, and like a candle, and says like it says death on it. That's the only word on the entire shirt is just death. You should take him on the next walk wearing the sandwich board. My brother's not an antinatalist, but so he wouldn't really want to go in the walk. Maybe Colin supports abortion, but either way, even if he does, I don't think he's really into activism. So I don't think he'd want to walk around the sign, even if he's supporting of abortion. He just nodded because he's like, "Yeah, fuck that." Ask him if you embarrass him. Oh, of course I embarrass Colin. Colin's all about clout. So the fact is, like, me and I was in the same class of him, so I was just kind of like constantly being like politically like myself, and he's just kind of like, "Bruh, everybody talks shit about you," and I'm like, "Hey man, I talk shit about them also though, so it's fair, and so do you." Colin's like, "True." I'm like, everybody talks shit about everybody. So I'm like, everybody talks shit about everybody. For to be fair, they just think I'm a weirdo. But to be fair, I am weird. I'm just smarter than they are. So well, not necessarily smarter. I'm just more consistent than they are. They're addicted to feelings and emotions and wanting to be subjectively all good and peachy on the inside. And so therefore they kind of let their emotions cloud their judgments of reality. So it's not like I'm smarter than them per se. It's more or less they just have a really, really strong connection to their emotions, which gets the better of them. Anyways, I still don't know what Colin's Twitch is. Colin, what's your Twitch? Little Rabbit 69. I guess it's Little Rabbit 69. Any underscores in there, or is just one thing? That's just Little Rabbit. Okay, it's just Little Rabbit, all one word, 69. He's playing some like pixel game right now. He's not streaming right now, I guess. He's just playing with some friends. One of the people that were watching my stream asked what your stream is.
Oh, shit. My name's Phil. Let me press R. Where are you? I'm right. Oh, you're by the mountain. Don't head it out.
Jamie, my day was mediocre as usual, but it wasn't too bad. I kind of fell asleep while playing D&D again this week, so I mean it was a good nap. The session was kind of it was pretty decent, a little boring, but I mean it was decent. Littler rabbit. No, I'll type it in. I'm just talking to my chat. Little rabbit, like little. It's down. I think like this, like little, as in like
As we go,
it might be little rabbit.
set our gear tag.
Then but I'm pretty sure it might be like little rabbit is in like little as in as what you typed, but I feel like it's little as in like little as in like LIL.
Better than Terraria.
Because my brother's into rap, so he probably has little as in like he has 2 followers. Yeah, Colin has like 2 followers or something, right? Colin, you have like 2 followers? Yeah, that's him. I have 7 followers. Colin, what are you doing? I have more followers than you on Twitter. You have more clout energy than I do, and I mean, to be fair, most of my people that are following me are just a bunch of weird gay guys that were into watching people crush bugs, and I was just like, okay, Colin, this face is just like, what the fuck? Crush of bugs. Yeah, I was just streaming one day and talking about like philosophy, and some random dude came in the chat and was just like, "Yo, bro, do you like to crush bugs?" And I'm like, "What?" And he was like, "Do you like to crush bugs?" And I'm like, "I don't particularly like to crush bugs. I don't think anybody really does." And he's like, "No, man, there's like a challenge going on called the Men in Black challenge. You step on bugs like and squish them." And I'm like, "They're like some dumb TikTok thing." He's like, "Kind of." And it turns out he was lying to me. It's just like a weird fetish group that is people that like to step on bugs and watch bugs be stepped on because they think it's like a power dynamic thing, I guess. I don't know why they think it's I don't get it, but people are weird. So yeah, moral of the story is that's your fan base now, basically. So basically my fan base is like people who care about like philosophy and a bunch of gay guys who want me to step on bugs. It's like literally just like the most radical 2 things. It's just like end of the world, insect lives matter, all things matter, and blah 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 blah. And step on bugs so I can bust a nut, blah 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 blah. So it's like, 2 different groups. And honestly, I'm glad that I have such a wide fan base. Now that you brought Colin and they're going to make him do it too now. Yeah, basically. It's tragedy. Oh, at the Apple dude, by the way, I made a Patreon like you asked me to, so I have a Patreon now. It is possible to donate to me. I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name. That's the wilted rose. Make sure to make it happy, and you'll get to know it a little better. Get to name a fucking rose and know it better. Yeah, it's rose, but okay. A name, a name. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms, began to consider this intently. Verily, this ship appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki. George-san has always been really understanding. Can't help but respect him. Yeah, I guess he was just born that way. We've got to start picking up tips. Was this garden just magnificent when you all were kids? It was only after I stopped living here that it grew up so big. Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one. I liked it much better before. She liked the simple garden, boomers. Eva, you gotta think positively. Set aside how it used to look, and it's beautiful now. It's something to be admired. You'd be able to relax a lot better if you looked at it that way. Stoics. I mean, like that. I was just saying that I wanted you to see the garden the way it used to be before, too. Everyone, if you please, I shall guide you to the rooms now.
Yes. My goodness. Oh my gosh. I'm alive still, man.
Oh, hey, if it isn't Kano. It's been so long. How are you doing? Uncle Wizard's son shouted. Nice. We got ourselves a hot maid. In the direction of moving was a slender boy. We got ourselves a trap. Just kidding. Patreon here, put a content on it so was people. Oh no. Isn't it a place for people to send money? Yeah, Patreon's a place where you send money to. But when it comes down to it, don't feel pressure to send money. But also, send me money. But you're also supposed to post content. Think of it as OnlyFans. Okay, I mean, I will make sure to post content onto there, I guess. I'll post like bug crushing content, I guess, for the bug crushers, and I'll post. Colin, just like, what the fuck? Their subscription costs more because I don't want to fucking crush bugs for a bunch of weirdos. Love you guys. Now you want to use that as a moneymaker. Exactly. The bug crushing content's for the money making. Uh, the other one is like they say they recommend $3 is the lowest donation. So there's like a tip one for it's like $3 a month, I guess. If you just want to like tip me, and like a $5 one, I guess. And then I guess if you are just like really want to donate me $10 and also get the bonus content of bugs, you can always go to that one as well. But I will basically upload content to there on the occasion as well. Just create a PayPal, it's easier that way. Well, I already have a PayPal. Hmm. I guess I'd have to post on PayPal into. I'll do that in the future. Okay, fine. Yeah. Unless you're trying to offer the PayPal me like right now, then I'll put my PayPal in there right now. But in the future, all you need to do is a PayPal me link. Yeah, I have
If you have a higher level one, you can, but until you actually have vault space, they're not really worth keeping because you need like 8 of them, or you need like a whole bunch of them, and with the same or different ones, you can turn them in and it changes daily.
They link it directly from their bios. You can link them. Awesome. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. Something like that. You just like take the link and then put it into your bio. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll put it in like the bio, and then if I remember right, I'll put it into like the description of the videos or something like that. Um, hmm. In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piles of gardening tools like a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to, he stopped and set down the wheelbarrow to take off his hat and bowed his head. Good afternoon. I figured he was probably younger than me, and I realized that by general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He greeted us in response to Uncle Hindrich's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. Rip. When going to the Senate, noticed our interests shifted towards him. He went to the boy's side and introduced him to us. Sama, follow me to introduce you. Allow me to introduce you. This is one of the servants of the Ushma household. Kano-san, greet our guest. Kanan, I'm pleased to meet you. I am the servant. Kano. Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not so good at talking. Compared to Godin-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant. Polished. You couldn't help but feel an inexperienced, typical of his age.
I died. You sniped me, bro.
Could you perhaps give them a little more of a greeting? No. Because we are furniture. He didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting. Well, doesn't talk much. He might not be all that sociable, but deep down, he's a really good person. Don't get him wrong. You've been working here for 3 years, haven't you? Pretty sure you started a year before Okune-san, right? Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica heard him back to him. I see, apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot. Okay then, nice to meet you. I'm Butler. I'm 18. How old are you? He fell silent as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead. Oh, if I remember correctly, he's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right? Yes, that is correct. It looked like he would prefer not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for him.
I died already, Tanner. My teleportation got popped.
Kino-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous? A smiling face is a part of a servant's duty.
I already died.
My apologies. I shall make an effort. Me. Trying his best, yes.
You'll find that the best way to level up is just to teleport to God realm. Where like the higher dungeons come from.
You can also add Twitch panel to your page so it isn't. Oh, that's cool. I will do that. I'll add Twitch stuff to my page. I'll make sure to make my Patreon look a little bit more nice. Look up how to add Twitch panels in Google. That should give you guide you. Awesome, I'll do that. Thank you, my dude. Just gonna take a picture of that so I remember to do it. Bonk. I will do just that then. Okay, got link my PayPal. And I gotta do that. Also, for your next stream, use the title "I have no friends. Please talk to me." That should bait people into watching you. Why would that bait people into watching me, bro? I have plenty of people. All the people out there like have a lack of friends also, and are just like, please talk to me, because it will feel bad and come in. Oh well, I feel like that's a little disingenuous, seeing as how I have plenty of friends. But fair enough, I could totally do that, I guess. Don't know why I wouldn't. I won't do that though. It's a little lie. You lied a lot before Rudy's, so what's another lie? It's a lie that demeans my character. That's why it's not a proper lie. I have more confidence. I have more friends. Why would I want to make myself look like a loser who has no friends when I clearly have plenty of acquaintances and friends?
I even got a potion that I used it when I died. The UT. What color is it? Was that your ability?
I am technically a sad boy. I have clinical depression.
What was it? Oh, UT's a special ring. You got through a spider then?
I'm just good at hiding it because I'm a psychopath.
Says
Do be.
verifying you got it. I would just use it on your character. It's not that good of an item.
See, I'm officially diagnosed
Just put a vault of yeah, I'm not asking for attitude. I'm just
with
asking
moderate episodes of recurring major depressive disorder, obsessive thoughts, anxiety, bizarre thoughts, cannabis abuse, impaired concentration, and hallucinogen use. Don't call that number. Put me in the title, I'm a psychopath. Please help me. Put in the title, I'm a psychopath. Please help me. I mean, I could do that, but that would be like I don't know. I mean, I'll do that, I guess, maybe one of these days, but I don't know why people would want to help a person like that. You think that's more of a baity title? With that diagnosis, you shouldn't be allowed to purchase firearms. Yeah, but this is America, so you can do whatever the fuck you want, bro. I can have depression and I can still go and buy guns if I want. I don't care. And the government doesn't care either. They're just like, money? Who cares if you're gonna put a round through your own head? But that also means you have to take the rest of those drugs for the rest of your life. Potentially, I could just also not take them, and then what will they do about that? Nothing. I mean, I don't need to take them. I don't really need to take them to control my depression. I just take them because they were like, "Oh yeah, you should take these to see if you get better." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, I will, I guess." Have I gotten better? Maybe a little bit, but it doesn't really change the fact that the world's complete dog shit. Best form of the right to die. We have exactly. I mean, doesn't change the fact that the world's shitty, and I want the right to die, and the world doesn't give me that right, so the world's even more fucked. And yeah, it doesn't change the fact that the world's just fucked. But
But it's a good UT. It's just a UTs are all just like tier 10 items. Yeah, you're gonna replace it eventually. But it's just like something you equip and use. It's like if it slows people down with the tour tiles, then that's what it does. It won't obviously slow a boss or anything, which is what you would want. Or projectiles that would slow too, so
there are actually a lot of depressed users in Twitch you could relate to. They have depression in their tags. I don't care about relating to people, my dude. I'm antisocial. Relating to people is just something that people do who have weak egos and cannot handle the world themselves. And so they're like, oh, I share a burden with you, fellow brother. Ooh, boo hoo. And frankly, if that's your cup of tea, go for it. But for me, I'm just kind of like I'm a alpha Chad, and I just kind of vibe with my own big sad, and I haven't cut myself or blown my brains out. So when it comes down to it, you just gotta get that sigma energy and just not give a shit about anything. That's basically what I. I'm frankly not going to go and be sad with a bunch of sad boys, at least not purposely. That just seems cringe. Like if I happen to go into a chat room and everybody's being sad boy, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, cool, fellow sad boys." I repeat, I recommend shock therapy. But yeah, it's like it's like if I walk into a room, a Discord or something, and there's a bunch of sad boys. It's like, hello, fellow sad boys. But I'm not gonna like walk into like a room searching for fellow sad boys. That just seems one cringe, and two, I don't really need that for myself anyways. It's just kind of like I'm functional, and why be in an environment of toxicity like that where it's just a bunch of self-loathing people being like, look at how miserable I am. And it's not even like they're miserable because it's like, oh, the world's objectively bad. They're just like, the world's miserable because I don't have thoughts in my cock. And I'm just like, okay, you're miserable because you can't get laid, and they're like, yes, the world's horrible because I can't get laid. I'm like, I thought it's because it's just inherently bad, but fair enough. If pussy just cures everything wrong of your life, I mean, I really hope that's the case.
You're getting on siege, yeah. He's already on siege.
You should ask your brother to take out the car battery and charge to try electroshock therapy. It can work to fix your brain. Probably not, but nothing can fix my brain, homie.
I would use electrotherapy to knock your brain instead.
You need the same thing more than I do, Colin. You need electroshock therapy more than I do, bro. Anyways, I'm too tired to read this game anymore, so we're gonna save it. And we're gonna go full screen. Marco, stop making murpy noises. Get over here. Let go of his spine. Hey. Yo, Kyle, do you know how you share your PayPal link? Can you show me? Why not? Because it's difficult. That's what I'm asking you. Your therapy animal? Yeah, Marco is basically my therapy animal. I just adopted him from a shelter like a year and a half ago. He's a adorable little, well, I guess like 2 years ago at this point. He's an adorable little lad. Uh, Truly just like his owner, asocial and a dickhead to everybody. Sharing your PayPal is easy. It's just like your email or something. Or I told you just look up PayPal me, and that's how you do it. Huh. Marco, get off my keyboard. Aren't you still working though? I am still working. But I mean, why not get extra income, you know? Not to mention I'm kind of broke as shit because like I've been donating too much money and buying like different things, and I shouldn't be buying as much as I buy, and I shouldn't donate as much as I donate. I have to donate in order to like be ethical. So it's kind of like ah, pain. Life is just a money management bullshit. I don't understand why people hate money management now that I'm like actually like spending money.
Spending money's fun.
Spending money is a habit. I use this habit. Oh, I already have a link apparently. It's just yeah, I already knew that. Okay. Yo, I'll put that onto my bio, I guess. No, right? It's like Marco just never shuts the fuck up. The dashboard settings in your YouTube channel, I will, Marco's problem? He just likes to get attention. That's the capitalist way. Yeah, if you guys are feeling generous, donate to, I guess, my PayPal. Yup. as as Dear the Giver says, if you all are feeling generous, embrace capitalism and release dopamine in your brains by making me feel happy. Make me feel good to make you feel good. You know what I mean? It's just the way, the truth, the light. You make a lot of shorts in your YouTube. That's where you say it, not in your live stream. Okay. Well, I'll say the beginning and end of my live streams, like donate, and I'll do it in shorts. I get paid soon. Don't worry, father. Fuck yeah, I'll gladly take your money. Thank you, Apple dude. I appreciate every moment of your time, and also I appreciate your money, which portion of it's gonna go to charity. So a portion, yeah. Yeah, see, Softcore is going to donate to me. Yeah, Softcore Apple is who asked me to create a Patreon or some way to donate to me yesterday. Hence why I made a Patreon today. And then you were like, why don't you just do your PayPal? And I was like, huh, that makes a lot more sense because it takes less of a cut, anyways, and it would just be basically if you want to donate to me and don't get content like an OnlyFans, then there's that. If you want to see me crush bugs, though, go to me on Patreon, and I guess I'll crush bugs for y'all. Any content on Patreon? Yeah, For $100 a month, I'll crush bugs using my cock. Just kidding. Colin's just like, what the fuck?
For that, Grant, I buy another NFT.
For that, you buy another NFT. God damn it. You're on now that your brother is laughing at you until he joins in.
For that, it'll be an OG spoon.
Yeah, Colin, Dare the Giver says, you laugh at me now, but once you realize I'm gonna be making money from people wanting me to crush bugs, then I'll be the one laughing. This dude's deep throating a spoon. Is he getting money for that? He's getting money for that? Okay, well, I guess anybody can make money for anything, then I guess. Okay. That guy's making money from deep throating a spoon. Shit.
Grant, I just bought an OG spoon warrior because of you.
Because, Jamie, I woke up at like 4 or 5 in the morning this morning, and so I was really tired when I got around to D&D. And one, it is a board game, but I had like headphones on because I was playing it through my computer, and I was just kind of like laid down and was listening to the DM like narrate about things, and I just kind of was like, what if I just like just remove sentience? Sorry for that. Now you have an idea for your next short. When you post another of your book euthanasia videos, you can tell them you will create a Patreon for exclusive content. I will do that. I'll like crush the bug, and then I'll be like, subscribe for Patreon for more bug crushing content. Fucking cringe. I can't wait to do that though. That's gonna be so stupid. But I'm still genuinely surprised. There's like a group of Coomers out there who are like getting off to people stepping on bugs of all things. Like of all things in the world that gets the blood moving downstairs, it being some dude stepping on bugs would not be on the list of things that I assume. But then again, honestly, people are attracted to the weirdest fucking shit. So frankly, what do I know? What do I know? People are attracted to some weird fucking shit. Gay guys being attracted to guys stepping on bugs, completely in the ballpark of possibility. Why would I ever doubt it? Isn't that right, Marco? I'm just surprised people don't want people. I mean, I'm sure there's a crowd of people out there that want people stepping on cats. Maybe Marco, how much money can you make me if I step on you? Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. You're adorable, you know that. Okay. You cannot judge people's attractions, Brent. I know I can't. You did just say you're a psychopath. Might as well go with your personality. Yeah. I know I can't judge people and their attractions, bro. I'm literally a psycho. So, but when it comes down to it, hey, I still think it's weird, bro. If you're in bug crushing, I think it's weird, but I'm glad you have at least it's called a fetish. Yeah, if you have a fetish for crushing bugs, it's weird. I'm not gonna diss on it. It's just weird. What's my fetish? Like what? Like I don't know, like BDSM, Asians is kind of mean fetish though. People are like, oh, you shouldn't, do that. You shouldn't sexualize races. And I'm like, ah, fair enough. Ebony chicks, them kind of like darker skin. I like Indian chicks quite a bit. Or like Middle Eastern women, like that tan. Uh, your ex-girlfriends weren't Asian. Yeah, they were all Hispanic, but I like Hispanic women too, obviously. So that's kind of like a given based off of my history of dating Hispanic women, but or Honduran. I guess technically my first girlfriend was Honduran, but Honduran and then Mexican. But anyways, uh, yeah, what else does it matter? I mean, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. BDSM, sure. Remember doing this video on a basic video stream at any point in this.
In this video, we see a lion chasing a zebra.
A lion chasing a zebra.
Happens to this video. Either the lion catches the zebra.
Oh, I've seen this.
The zebra.
You should just sell your feet pics. Yo, bro, I had an OnlyFans for like a total of like 1 or 2 weeks just for the fun of it, and no one was willing to pay money for that. So I'm done with the porn industry, bro. Gave that a shot for 1 week and it failed. As suspected, it was part of the social experiment just to show that guys cannot be successful on OnlyFans without a previous fan base. And yeah, it's just bing bang boom. Indians are Caucasians, even though some of them have dark skin.
You just have to have your open free foot pics, and then you have to say, I can give you the dick pic for $5.
Fair enough. Did you even post something there? Yeah, of course you did. Antonalist informant. Gays can be successful if they are gay.
Yeah, Brent, you can do gay porn.
Yes.
Make money. Or you can fuck bad bitches and make money.
Colin, if I fuck bad bitches, of course I get money, but that's the thing, they would just be subbing for the bad bitches, not for me. You're like, yeah, you're not wrong, but but the thing is I can't get bad bitches, Colin. I've been rated attractive, but I'm not.
But you get rated attractive by goth sixes. Morgan's trash to me. Like trash.
Morgan doesn't think. Morgan says I'm attractive, but she's a friend, so she says I'm attractive, like in a friend zone way. I consider Morgan like an 8, but fair enough. But the girls that you're attracted to kind of look like plastic. No offense. There's a personality deep down. Deep down inside of them is just a capitalist greed and like the brand like I don't know like Pink and Victoria's Secret. They just I don't know fucking what's in their heads, but just nothing but like capitalist jargon like fucking girly girl stuff. Only thing inside of them is BBC. Guys can be successful if they are gay. Unless you're person. I'm talking shit with my brother just because like the only girls he goes after are like a bunch of like party thoughts that that have literally no personality whatsoever. They literally just take cock to fill the void that is their hollow personality that they've slowly been drained out of them ever since they became popular in middle school and slowly just they decrepitly ruined their character as they got delved into. I'm just kidding, being an asshole, but no. Like there's a ton of people that are like at, like the school that I went to that are like superficial as shit. Like no, like yeah, about half of them. Like a ton of them were just like there for the degree, but a ton of them were there just like superficial as shit. Didn't give a fuck about the education. Just were there because like their parents gave them like really rich shit, and they're like, oh, go to this Christian college, and they just had like their titties out, their ass hanging out, and I'm just like, yo, you ain't not bracing the Lord. They're just there to like get laid and drink Gatorade. I don't fucking know. Kyle just stood up, and I guess he's standing up for the same reason I'm standing up, which is to go smoke. So I'm gonna be back in a bit. But that means I'll be back in like one bit. I'm gonna post a link, by the way. I'm gonna post a link to join. Feel free, someone to feel welcome to join if you want. Once we get back, because I'm no longer gaming, so would love to chit chat. said it wasn't funny, but I said it was. My brother's not gonna go to sleep till like fucking like 7 a.m. or some bullshit. So, but I'm not sleeping down here. I'm just hanging out down here because he asked me if I wanted to, and I was like, sure, because the internet's way fucking better down here than in my room. Your brother is definitely that all-American white brother. Yeah, you're not wrong.
More than his friend's feelings. You want to be fucked, that means.
What?
Just saying, there's a girl upstairs on stage, and she's like, I have more feelings than your friend's feelings. That means you just want to fuck
Fair enough.
by your friend.
He made it sound like he's an asshole too, and he invites to sleep down there. No, he doesn't invite me to sleep down here. He won't kick me out of here unless till he's like gonna go to sleep or something. But Colin's like an asshole to like the environment and like people who aren't in the family, but he's like not necessarily an asshole. He's just like indifferent to their suffering. Colin's like smiles like, yeah, you didn't it wrong. Like I'm gonna live stream on my phone until my phone dies, which will take like 10 minutes, maybe 20. Well, also live stream out there. You probably scared you might come if you said no, maybe. No. I'm streaming on a different app, you see. I'm streaming on Bingo Live. Hello. How goes it, Bingo Live, people? See, I can. Howdy. Howdy. Oh, fuck. What's Bingo Live? It's like kind of like streaming roulette or chat roulette. Howdy. How's it going? Hey, peace. I'm doing alright. Yourself? Good? Awesome. Where are you from? You ever hear of veganism before? Oh, why? Oh, Green Bay. Dallas? Nice. You ever heard of veganism before? Oh, Texas. Dallas, Texas?
Oh, I love Dallas, Texas. Actually, she's friends with my friends down there.
She left. I said Dallas and then they got offended. Howdy. My brain just. It actually removes my brain cells talking to these people now. Howdy. Holy shit. Hello.
I don't see the fucking invite.
Chug. Howdy. This guy's reverbing. Howdy, howdy. There's a lot of black people on Bingo Live, and a lot of them are really scared of white people. Like whenever I get in there, they're like, "Oh God, a white person." Like I've actually heard them say that before. Like this is like a white person, and then they said white N word, and then they basically just left, and I was like, "Oh, I see how it is." And whenever a black person sees me, it's like literally like 90% of the time they just look at me and they scowl and then like switch to like a new chat. And I'm like, why do they hate me? I'm like, I know I look like a little bitch, but like I swear I'm not gonna try to push my beliefs on you. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm there to talk about veganism and antinatalism. Cultural imperialism. Like it's not white culture, it's just the culture of annihilation. Culture of truth. Probably because you got them evil eyes. Do I have them evil eyes? Do I actually though? Colin, do I look evil? I look like I'm part of the CIA or the FBI. I don't look like I'm.
Definitely don't look like a thug, so you definitely are a threat.
I mean, what do I look like when I'm in school? Like a hobo?
Not like a hobo, but definitely like uncultured swine.
Uncultured swine. You should just go to Tiny Chat, and I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, let's just put it at that.
I look like a goth kid. I'm not. Well, fair enough, I guess. I look like the is it a compliment, I guess.
Brand, I also do like your style. You're above the other people that are all just basic. See, I dress like a pimp in school. I dress like a thug. I dress like
You.
I'm real. And then there's people just wearing their little flannels and their little jeans and their sweatpants all the time. And they can do that. And they can look basic wearing their flannel and sweatpants, or they can wear their jeans and sweatpants. But you know what? Their mom bought that for them.
You're going fast. Eating ass. Trying not to crash. Watching the dash. Watching a guy play a racing game. It is boring. He's not talking back. Howdy. What you hiding your face for? I'm not part of the feds. Hey, what you doing? Anyways, I'm here to talk about veganism and ethics. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Yeah, there we go. So, I'm here to talk about veganism and ethics with y'all. So, do you consume animal products? You can just nod your head or shake your head. He had ominous music, but he wasn't very creepy. So, yo. What's poppin', bitches? Ew, I'm here to talk about veganism. They didn't want to talk about veganism. Yo, what's poppin', B? Let's talk about veganism, yeah. Not too much. How's it going? I don't think you like being called. Howdy. You know, just hanging around. Talking about veganism. You said what I'm on? I'm on a lot of things. Just kidding. He's just what? My life, homie. You doing some mechanical work? Guy changed chat like immediately. He's like, what? Howdy.
Bro, my is lagging at 115 thing.
What's saying?
What is this bullshit?
I said, how's it going?
My brother has 3 fucking live streams going right now.
I have 4 live streams
He has
going,
4
Colin.
live streams going right
I'm just live streaming. Yeah. It's just for funsies, basically. I'm talking about ethics with people. Are you a vegan by chance?
Yeah, I just started.
You just started becoming vegan? That's awesome. Have you ever heard of antinatalism?
I was
Oh, my bad. Have you heard of antinatalism? It's a different philosophy. I was going to try to talk about veganism, but if you already have heard of that and you're already a vegan, that's great. So, have you heard of antinatalism? It's basically the belief that it is wrong to reproduce, to bring new people or animals into the world. Do you have any immediate thoughts on that, or?
that kind of goes against nature.
I mean, yeah, a lot of things that humans do go against nature, but don't you think that like we should be above nature potentially? That there's a lot of horrible things that happen in nature and potentially should rise above our instincts?
So are you saying that we need to stop reproducing humans?
Yeah, as well as breeding animals into existence. So, like, yeah, we should stop bringing livestock into existence or pets as well. But I also think we should stop bringing people into existence. Yeah, we should stop having kids. I've had a vasectomy, so I'm not gonna ever have kids. But I basically think everybody shouldn't have kids. That's unnecessary to have them to live a okay life. And when it comes down to it, it's an imposition of harm upon another human being that doesn't need to occur. And an unnecessary cause of pain on another being seems to me like the definition of what it is to do an immoral act. Like, if you don't need to cause harm to another being and put them at risk, like, why should you do that, you know?
You can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
You sound real crazy.
I sound real crazy right now.
Do you hear yourself?
I mean, you haven't said much of anything, but
I'm not surprised though. I'm not surprised.
why?
I'm really not surprised at all.
Why?
This is a part of who you are.
Part
To
of
say
who I
crazy stuff and to do crazy things.
A part of who I am? What does that mean?
It's a part of you. It's in your blood.
Oh, it's because I'm white.
Yeah, it's a everybody has something in their blood. Every group of people have something in their bloodline that's a curse, and you just so happen to have ideologies and a way of thinking that is stupid.
Ah,
And
yes, just
rather than
like you, you're also stupid.
think that you're going to cause a movement,
Okay, fluffy hair.
it's not going to happen.
I mean, I think all of my brains are in my brains, and all of your brains are in your cheeks. You know.
Okay, got to.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Bush.
See, when it comes down to it, though, I don't really get offended by my image, but you're pretty basic, so I imagine you do get offended by your appearance. So I think you should drop a few weights. You can think that as much as you want. Gain a few pounds. We can go all day because it doesn't actually hurt my ego, but when it comes down to it, I really do think you should drop a few weight. I mean, you really do give off the whole, American vibe and the stereotype of your community. I mean, you should really drop some weight, represent in a positive way, you know? Come on, you have positive representation.
Loves it 'cause he eats it every night. Do you wanna try? Do you wanna try? Do you have
You're a little too old for me, Granny.
No, I'm actually 29.
29.
What it is that my vagina is too. What it is, my vagina.
Look like you're in your mid 30s.
You're scared. It's okay. I understand.
Nah, hey man, as much as I like to explore the deep caverns of the underdark, it's a little bit I don't know how you would say it like I'm I for type cozy spaces, you're a little bit of a loose cavern probably. So, it's just how it is.
Just go flex the shoes on. Color your black.
And this is just are they gonna fuck? Yeah, at this rate, we're basically gonna fuck. I mean, at this rate, her husband's in the background, just like cuckolding.
That's right. You wanna get this right. You wanna grow some balls.
Yeah, she wants me to get on with her husband. I'm pretty sure, and like she wants to get in the threesome. I'm pretty sure. Like, we're Dallas. You said. Wait, no, Dallas was a different person. See, the thing is, my ego, as I said, is not validated on what other people care about me. So when it comes down to it, your grody ass husband tied down by that shit. Real shame, by the way. I'm sorry you're tied down by some silly man. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, I'm not tied up by my ego when it comes to other people. So please. Yeah, I know. You probably slurps it up the fucking chlamydia ass ridden. Yeah, I got you. Anyways, how long have you been vegan? How long have you been vegan? How long have you been vegan? How I can talk about however you want, okay? If your puffy ass cheeks until you start losing weight, I can talk about you however I want. Okay, buggy eyes. Oh, so now you're saying your people. Okay, so you're racist against Americans. What country are you from? Oh my so you're not even you say you're from so you're insulting Americans as if you're not an American. Okay, I see. Oh, I'm just part of the black people. I'm not an American. Okay, okay, cool. Then shoo. Bye bye. Shoo. I can be mean to people if I want to, and I will be mean to people if I want to.
You're an asshole to her. But she was also or you also just got angry at her and just kind of
Yeah, because she just called me stupid for no reason. I was just having a conversation. It's like, yeah, don't you think it's technically, you don't have to have children to live a happy life? Check. I'm not lying there. You don't have to have children to have a happy life. Um, Parents aren't very happy, are they now? Uh, Two, all things come with harm if you're alive. No one that's been alive ever has not experienced harm in their life. Not a lie there. And pretty much the definition of doing an immoral action is basically doing something that's unnecessary and causing harm to another being. So, 3, I didn't fucking lie. How is that stupid? If she wants to say, "Oh, you're stupid because I disagree with you," then I'm just gonna start going at her puffy ass face, representing her fucking community as the fucking worst she can. Fucking 600-pound life out here insulting me. My 600-pound life out here, like, oh, my husband eats me out, and I'm like, yeah, literally, I could get literally my dick sucked at any night I want. But here's the thing, I don't go out for people who are whoever's fucking with my 600-pound life here is not worth anybody's time a day. So moral of the story is I'm not just like a fucking little bitch who's just like, oh yes, please, decrepit woman with chlamydia, please hop on this cock. I'm not gonna go for like some useless thought. Anyways, I've never seen a constructive conversation in these random strange rap videos. No, there aren't any constructive ends on there, but this is called trolling. Indeed, it is called trolling. But when it comes down to it, I'm allowed to hurt people's egos as much as they can attempt to hurt mine. And, it's just annoying to have to deal with people like that. And it's not even having to deal with people like that. It's just there's no difference between them and anybody else. So what's the point? What's the point? I could like try to have a different conversation, but it'd be just the same bullshit. Just some dumb person just the whole entire time, just talking like a fucking sausage. Either being like, damn, my dude, like, what does that even mean? And like not understanding what words mean. Like I literally have to like dumb down my language to talk to these people. And yeah, they can't even understand basic things like unnecessary pain. All pain is necessary, though. If I get stabbed, it's just like it's just a and we're getting stabbed, man. The hood, man. You just have to get down and diggity with it, like you can't eat pussy if you don't stab it. And that's what these people's brains are like, and I just actually want to kill myself and never talk to them. But you literally do have to dumb it down or have patience with them, or they'll never change their mind or violence. No, you're not wrong, Apple Core. I know you have to do basically one of two things. You have to be basically like talk like little children and be like, "Hello, when you were a kid and you took something from your best friend and your mom went, 'No, don't take that, Billy.' And you went, 'Why?' And she went, 'Because Billy is just like you and Billy feels not good when you think if I took that from you, would you feel good? No.' And you have to like explain to them like every single step of the way like they're a little fucking child. And then basically, if there's skeptics, they're gonna be like, "But why?" Again, once they get to like, well, pain's bad, and then it's just like you want to come up to them and just fucking like jab a knife through their fucking side and be like, "That's why, bitch," as they're fucking like wailing on the ground, and then just be like, "That's why. Do you feel why now, huh? Experience generates value, you dumb fuck." And then that's so yeah, as you said, it's just like you have to explain to them like they're fucking children and or violence. It's like one of the two. It's basically just like they either fucking get it, like, "Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want that, and somebody else wouldn't want that also," or you have to, like, literally just, like, jab a knife in their fucking side and be like, "You fucking get it now, boy." Just kidding. But, yeah, quite literally, like, fuck these people, they actually are a bunch dude, I had a person a couple days ago literally say that, like, there's no reason that slavery shouldn't be wrong. Like, a black person literally just, like, told me that, like, they didn't understand why enslaving animals was wrong. They're like, "You can do whatever you want to them." And I'm just like, "Okay." And I'm like, "You do realize how this is really ironic, though?" Like, she's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "You ever heard of slavery?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "You do realize there's more slaves now than any time in history?" And she's like, "Well, yeah, but like some people just get enslaved as a way of life." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, okay." I'm literally dealing with a person now who thinks slavery is an acceptable thing and just a way of just a different thing that occurs in the world. So yeah, I mean, dealt with a person a couple days ago also who is like Islamic and basically said like you can kill animals because Allah says to kill them, but you can't kill pigs because that's dirty meat. And I was like trying to convince him that like, okay, well, if you're all caught up in this whole Allah business, when like the Quran says, praise Allah, my brother. But when it comes down to it, if you want to praise Allah, then fuck. I mean, I was just trying to convince this dumb. God, do I want to just crack really racist jokes? This whole fucking okay. This dumb motherfucker. Basically, he's just sitting here. I'm such a piece of shit. Uh, I'm black, man. I'm sorry. I know you are, but I'm still a piece of shit. I'm allowed to admit that I'm a piece of shit, okay? But I just want to say some. Don't you do it? I will not do it. But yeah, these fucking people and their fucking religion, allowing them to justify any goddamn fucking thing they want to do, is the most dumb shit on the planet. Ooh, I'm allowed to kill whatever I fucking want to kill because Allah said it, culture said it, and oh boy, I don't. Animal feel pain. Animals don't feel pain. Pain not bad. Only thing bad is what Allah says is bad. How do you know Allah what Allah says? Why should we respect Allah? Because Allah gives us life rules, and life rules help us and guide us to do good life. How do you know that's a good life? It's a good life because God says it's a good life. You see how this is circular, right? You're saying that it's a you're saying God is good because God gives us the plans for a good life. And you're saying that's a good life because it's God's plan. And you don't realize how that's circular. And he's just like, "Ugh, Allah good, Allah good." And so yeah, basically I just literally wanted to like put a fucking mace through his skull and then just like eliminate myself. I just like we say terrible things about all races that seem race. We can say terrible things exactly. Like we can say terrible things about races that seem race specific all the time. Like white people being little preppy fucktards, uh, that are narcissistic as shit. I can't really think of anything else because I'm just white. But when it comes down to it, just the stereotype that like black people are stupid, but that's just because technically they don't go to like really educated systems because of redlining. But there's plenty of really educated black people out there. You just I've met a few of them, and they're really awesome people. Actually, they're really chill. Unfortunately, you get people like that fucking dumb 600-pound life bitch I just talked to, who's just sitting here like, I've never been to school before, and all I know is Christianity, Jesus Christ. And if you tell me that that, and I know she was Christian because anybody that's my 600-pound life like that is Christian. There's no way you're disregarding your body like that because you're just like if you believe this is the only fucking body. If this is the only body you get, you're not going to be like my 600-pound life about it. See that mindset of wanting to just use violence to get the message across is why you can understand somewhat what Adam was. I don't know who that is, but you're probably right. I mean, when it comes down to it, I don't believe violence is the proper way to spread any message. I believe in democracy. But from a consequentialist perspective, if it works, it works. I just don't believe it'll work. There's no such thing as like a violent revolution in America that would work, given chemical warfare and weapons, and the government has like tanks and shit. And most Christians have guns, and Christianity is like our major enemy to any type of activist movement of any sort. Given that like literally anything that wants progress is just kind of stifled by religion, slavery. The Bible's pro-slavery though. Uh, women's rights. The Bible's pro anti-women. They should be secondary humans. Pro climate change. The end times are going to be sounded by trumpets, not by, whatever you say. Like, it's going to be constantly religious people being like doing bullshit against this. The main enemy is fucking religion, and that's it basically. If you can take out religion, you're fucking Gucci. I think like humanity would be pretty damn great if you can get rid of religion. Even Colin over here, he's not even religious anymore, but has spirituality. So it's like once you get religion, pretty fucking great. You can get rid of spirituality, then you're perfect. Okay, if you can get rid of religion and spirituality, this whole idea of like the afterlife, and get people to understand that like what matters is like what you actually do here, and that matters is like pain and pleasure, which is like the third big thing, is then eventually convincing people of that. But you can't even convince people of that if they're religious, because religious people are just gonna, or spiritual people, because they're just gonna constantly be like one of two things. They're gonna be like, God done it and God do it. Get rid of spirituality, then evolution worship. Yeah, you'll technically still have evolution worship. Yeah, but evolution worship is kind of spiritual if you think about it. I mean, in a way, it has like the same like energy to it. Like they always think like the people that don't realize that like the evolution worshippers like think that like evolution has like some type of like goal behind it. Like they're like evolution is to get better. Evolution doesn't have a goal. It's just random mutation that survived and happened to become intelligent once. Like notably intelligent once. It's just random mutation, and they don't get that. They just cannot grasp the random mutation part. They think they grasp the random mutation part, but they really do not grasp that the fact is, like, for every surviving variation, there's like thousands upon thousands of non-survivors that suffered and agonized, died, and were there for blips. So they don't get the fact that like no, it's quite literally random. It's not like random and everybody gets their little fun little time in the sun. No, it's random slaughter, and only a couple of them managed to come out on top, and that is basically just the ones that happen to get a little bit of a niche. And yeah, yeah, and they assign extra importance to our experience over others. Yeah, exactly. It's just like no, we're all just I hate when they also sound like, "Oh, it's the same for all species." Like sharks, if sharks were there, they would be like the ones on top. So it's like, and sharks wouldn't care about us. So therefore, why should we care about sharks? It's like, well, why should we not be better than the animals, anyways? Like, if we can be better than them, why shouldn't we? Like they're basically they talk like they understand that like there are rights and wrongs in terms of our own species, but then they just can't quite bridge the gap when it comes to like anything that inconveniences them. If this comes to, like torture, they'll be like, oh, torture, no, and they'll be like, oh, but some of them will try to justify and be like, oh, well, what if you torture animals, therefore you'll want to hurt people? It's like, that's not necessarily the case. That's a fallacious. This is a silly little argument right there, just to try to like bridge the gap of the fact that like our instincts naturally understand that anything that feels pain is a bad thing to feel pain, because quite literally we can understand that experience generates value. But you know, these people will do almost anything to try to justify pain or justify their lifestyles, and noting evolution is just like this little thing that can be gawked at, like, ooh, look at how cool the tiger is. The fucking the fucking iguana can breathe under, like hold its breath underwater for like 3 hours. That's such an amazing thing of evolution. It's like, oh well, why is it underwater for 3 hours? Oh, to hunt things and avoid predators. So it's quite literally just trying to survive and it's consuming other things that so basically you're marveling at like an impressive skill of evolutionary predation. Cool. Great. I'm glad you take marvel in you know the little niche of exploitation it's showing off in the world. So okay, cool. The tiger stripes, aren't they neat? Yeah, it makes it so Brain, if we go extinct, then there's none that feel this could. So how could it be better if we dead? Yeah, I know, right? Wow. I really hate the whole that anything is better than non-existing argument. There's so many people like that. They're like extreme skeptics. They're like, yeah, but how can we know that nothing is better than non-existence? Like, what if being tortured? What if any experience is better than no experience? You know? What if literally being tortured with like a giant demon dick up your ass 24/7 while you're being set on fire and have ants crawl through your eyes? What if that is just better than non-existing? And I'm like, okay, I literally hate being in this universe. Like every moment I'm alive is just like pain. Yeah, exactly. There's so many people that are like literally like I'd rather go to hell than not exist. And like there's so many skeptics that are just like that. They're like I knew one named Jacob. I did a project with him in college. He's like a computer programmer. He's like one of those like logic fucking nerds. Or just like, oh, how can you really know for sure? Like nothing can really be certain. Like what if everything is made out of leprechauns, bro? And we just perceive the world in a non-leprechaun way, but everything could be made out of leprechauns that are gay polyamorous octopuses on the inside. And for all we know, that could be the case, man. Like that's basically what Jacob's constantly like, and I'm just like, I actually want to blow my brains out. Like he would think I'm insulting him right now. He would be like, "I'm not actually like that. I'm just saying, like you can't really know for certain, man." But like this is quite literally what it's like. It's just like if you can't know for certain about literally anything, it's just like I don't want to have a conversation with you. It's like I just want to like put a knife through your side and ask you if that's certain. But I'm not going to do that because of the law. Um, that's pretty much fucking it at this point. Now I'm a utilitarian. It's just like that's pretty much fucking it. It's the law. And we're just many of them then never do anything, ever make a choice because you can't 100% know anything. Yeah, exactly. It's like those fuckers will like will walk down the road and be like, "Oh, I'm not gonna get hit by traffic if I stand at the red light and then wait for the green light of the walking arrow." And they have all these assumptions, but why do anything if you're just assume that none of your consequences matter? They're like, well, no, but you have to like assume some things. I'm like, oh, now you're making assumptions. And you're like, yeah, but I make my assumptions based off what I feel, like I feel like that. So it's like, even if I can't know, I still feel like that. So I should just do what makes me feel good. Now I'm like, now it sounds like you're just being a hedonist. And it's like, okay. It's like, yeah, but I'm like being a hedonist. I'm like, okay, but given promortalism, shouldn't you still want to like technically kill yourself, getting all like the risks and all that stuff? And they're like, yeah, but like me right now, I don't feel that. So like even if it is that, I'm like, okay, so you're talking all this logic stuff, but then once you get into promortalism, you're completely just gonna be like, oh no, I'm gonna go into the subjective perspective and say that matters more than the objective. Oh, okay, I see how it is. So yeah, all these people are just basically little sausage fucks that want to just justify any choice that they wish to make through like the means of skepticism. Like they're basically just sadists and egoists that basically just use philosophy to their advantage, not to actually like discover actually. They're not searching for like an actual truth. They're just hoping there is no fucking truth so they can do whatever the fuck they want. Well, science says that's how our brain works. Yeah, me, I was searching for the truth when I believed there was nothing. I believe there was no truth. That's what I believed. When I believed there was no truth, and I was searching for the truth once I took psychedelics, and I was like, huh, I have an inkling that there might be. And then, bing bang boom, I became a neg utilitarian and stuff. But when it comes down to these fuckers, just want to justify anything. Our brain makes a decision and then it justifies it, and we believe we made a choice. Yeah, well, people need to stop being such monkeys, man. If I just did everything that I wanted and was just like LMAO is the right choice, there'd be like a fucking ton of like dead bodies littering the countryside or some shit. Like by the time I was like, right now. But moral of the story is I would have ability to like refrain from just doing whatever the fuck I want to do. So the real question is, why is it that all these people they have little minor tiny things that are just slightly inconveniences for the rest of the world that build up over time? Why is it that they just get to like do their thing all the fucking time with like, with no consequences and they're just like, oh, it was for the best. And there's no way I did anything wrong here. Having a child, being a dickhead to people, whatever it is, XYZ, anything that humans do to exploit each other, like it's just a little bit exploitation here and there, just a little bit for each person, right? They can bear it. It's like fuck all these people. Why isn't there like a branch analyst? I don't know. They don't. I don't even know why they watch my channel really. I said something about like it isn't logical, but nothing is logical. So, like what? Given the fact that like literally for all we know, the sun can just not come up tomorrow. Colin, prove to me the sun is gonna come up tomorrow. If you're not, you can't. Exactly. No one in the fucking world can prove the sun is gonna come up tomorrow. We can only guess. Colin, that's not how that works. But yeah, moral story is we can't even technically through philosophical reasoning understand like prove that physics will remain the same over time. We have no reason to like say the physics will remain the same. Forgot what that's called, like induction or some bullshit. Anyways, basically it's like the idea that like for all we know, sun will stop doing its orbit and just float off in a random direction, and we'll just be like, oh okay, well I guess gravity is no longer a thing anymore. And shit like that. Like for all we know, none of this stuff through logic can be proven. So it's just kind of like experience clearly has like this value to it. Like I don't know how to make sense to that guy, but I mean, you'd probably have a better time soft apple core to explain it to him than I would, but because you're a nihilist and you're also an anti-natalist, but I don't know why a lot of people aren't anti-natalists. Colin doesn't need to have arguments. Colin just claims that he's a realist, and which basically just means he's allowed to do whatever he wants in his mind. Colin just nods, like, yeah, man. Hmm.
Because nothing fucking matters in this world.
Colin's like, nothing matters.
Libertarians, conservatives, and all these fucking retrospective mindsets. They're just mindsets. You have to actually get up and fucking do it to actually make it happen.
I'm literally doing it right now, bro.
Exactly. It's a good job, Brandon. Good job. You're doing it. Keep on doing it.
What the fuck is that? That doesn't mean anything. You haven't said anything there. You didn't say anything there. You're just like, they're just mindsets, bro. You actually have to do it, bro. And then, what does it even mean?
Then you do your thing. I'm not gonna do your thing.
What the hell does that mean? So what is that? What the fuck does that mean, Colin? If Jeffrey Dahmer wants to rape people and stab them, should Jeffrey Dahmer rape and stab people? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying you should.
You sounds like you're saying that he should. It sounds like you're saying he shouldn't keep it in his head and he should go up there and stab and rape people, Colin. You're like, oh, these things are just mine, just man, and you gotta like do the thing, bro. And it sounds like you're telling rapists and pedophiles and murderers to all just go and do their thing, bro. How did I know? Because it sounds like that's what you wish you could do, bro. In terms of being an exploitative capitalist. So he's a nihilist? Yeah, Colin's a nihilist. Yeah, you are, Colin. You're really a nihilist. Colin's really just like a nihilist that like he's like a nihilist and an egoist combined. So like I don't know how you even whatever you call like a nihilist combined with an egoist is. Someone who's like a fan of Ayn Rand, basically.
Yeah, I don't know how they're trying to tell me that. No. Yeah, someone's donating to him on Patreon for crushing bugs.
Huh. Yeah, it's so stupid. Anyways. I didn't find his stream for his anti-nihilist booze and found him studying. Well, when it comes down to it, though, like, why aren't you an antinatalist? Like, regardless of me doing homework or not doing homework, why? Because my final project, if I remember, it was about extremist views and why you should stand up for your beliefs, regardless of if they're considered weird or not. But why aren't you an antinatalist? Why do you think it's okay to have children? And if you're vegan or not vegan, if you're not vegan, why are you not vegan? Because that's more interesting. Given that there's many reasons to be vegan from different perspectives. Only one of them which is right, but you know, there's many perspectives on why you shouldn't eat animals, even though only one of them is consistent. So no, I don't hear your punk asses.
He said, "No, I don't use your punk ass."
Well, I'll suck your dick, faggot. You said hi to you. Of these questions you asked your brother, did he give a good reason? My brother never gives good reasons for why he believes what he believes. He just kind of just like, it's a waste of time to believe anything, bruh. And I'm like, okay. Anyways, Dare the Giver, you haven't given me a single fucking reason why. Yeah, basically, at Soft Apple, this guy literally just been like, all he does is just come in here to like attack. He just watches me and like tries to degrade my ego, and basically like, you're not gonna convince anybody. But he doesn't actually say why I'm wrong. He just goes and says like, you're not right. He basically just says like, I can't convince anybody. It's just a classic argument of like, even if you're right, I don't think anybody's gonna get convinced by it. So it's like appeal to authority or appeal to conformity or something like that. It's just like appeal to the majority um beliefs, like, oh, like, I'm not gonna do it unless everybody like is going like, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. Unless the whole society is bullying you and telling you not to be a rapist, you're gonna stick your dick in somebody, basically. So like, essentially that's what you guys are trying to push on me, is just like, oh, well, I will only do it because everybody else wants me to not do it or do it or XYZ, and fuck off. No offense, I love you, stay here. Just kidding. But for real though, it's just like, please give a reason why antinatalism is wrong. And don't just be like, no one's gonna like buy onto your thing, bro. You can't even change people's minds. It's like, no, man, it's unnecessary imposition of, like, I mean, for multiple reasons. I can go from deontology. I could take a deontology argument if you want. I could take desirism if you want. I could take like intentionalism if you want. I could I could take. I'm a negative utilitarian. I could take utilitarianism. I could take utilitarianism, negative utilitarianism. I could take rule-based utilitarianism. I can take any type of theory you want, basically, that besides nihilism or anti-realism or skepticism. And I can give you, if you believe that there's a good and bad, I can basically lead it into antinatalism. So long as you believe that there's a good and bad and things that ought to be done and ought not to be done, I can convince you shouldn't have kids. I literally do blame my mom every fucking day for bringing us into this world, dum dum, and my dad too. It's a fucking group effort. Yeah, exactly. You're pro-choice and the expense of other people's choices. I'm pro-choice. I just like when people do things from their own free will. If you're a murderer and a serial killer or a rapist, just embrace your free choice. I love it when choices are made. If you choose to stick 2 dicks and a finger up my bum without my consent and give it a little swirl, wow, that's an extra choice that you chose to make. Goody goody two shoes. Fuck you. Give me an actual fucking reason. You never mentioned that before about blaming your mom for saving your life. Well, it's a pretty obvious conclusion. I don't know why I'd need to blame my mom. I mean, I don't believe in free will, so it's not like I blame her in the sense of like she's a moral agent that's responsible for my actions. But I blame her as like an intellectual, like in that sense. I blame her as like someone who should be fucking smart enough to like be like, oh, she's literally in like an industry of like helping people. Like she literally helps people for a living, and she doesn't have the fucking time of day to think about her own fucking children and what she's gonna do with her body and the implications of like life and stuff. She's just like, I asked her why she had us, and she basically said, "Well, your dad wanted to have kids, so I had kids." And I'm like, "So you just push over what? If your dad asks you to jump off a bridge, you're gonna jump off a bridge? What the fuck if dad like what? Okay, like that's not a good fucking reason to do something. Why should I? That should be the number one person. No, of course it shouldn't be the number one person to blame. I don't believe in free will. None of her choices are something that came about because of her own things. She basically made her choice because of her programmed psychology and society. I should probably blame the fucking society that we're both fucking in that literally programs people into being like, oh yeah, we probably should have kids. It's good to have kids. Kids equals more future workers, and workers allow us to have good things. I want hot tub. Hot tub good. Can't have worker without hot tub, and hot tub can't have worker, and blah 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 blah. Like they're all a bunch of sausage faces, and I cannot handle this. Like, why? Yeah, exactly. Blame isn't what's important here. Why should none of this is about blame. There is no free will. This isn't about blame. But even if it was about blame, why in the fuck would you draw the conclusion that, oh, I should blame my mother of all people, given the fact society is what pushes people to have children in the first place? Society and biology. You said you went to college because you're doing it for your mom. Why did you do that? I was doing it for my parents in general, but because I mean, one, to live under this roof, you pretty much have to be going to school. I don't fucking know why. But apparently, the love for my parents extends only so long as they're successful and potentially able to take care of them in old age. So, if you're not going to school, you may as well get the fuck out of their life. That's pretty much. Yeah, that's my mom's aspect. My dad, he's just kind of like, I generally love you guys and care for you guys, even though I don't really show it in the most way, but that's just because I'm a man. But I generally, basically, he's like, I generally do care for you guys, and when it comes down to it, I don't want you guys to leave because I'm kind of a lonely motherfucker on the inside. And then my mom's just like, worship me or leave. That's what society wants you to do, so why follow what society wants you to do by going to college? Because even though I 100% agree with you, Dare the Giver, and I tell this to people also, but when you're under that pressure yourself, it's really fucking annoying. Okay? You're right, okay? You're right. I shouldn't give a fuck. I do what I did. I should have dropped out of school like 2 fucking years ago, but I didn't until now. I should have just went to yeah. Yeah, I dropped out. Not for another year. But I dropped out of school and now I'm going back to school for at NWTC to get a certificate in business ethics, basically. So, Colin's like, fair enough.
Business ethics, the class that I dropped out of.
Basically,
I told the teacher that she's a stupid bitch.
yeah.
Well, Brant, go to business ethics and call them all stupid bitches for me, please. Tell them that there's actual laws and regulations that you have to follow in this goddamn world. And if you don't break those, and if you break those fucking laws, you'll go to jail in your fucking country. But you can go to another fucking country and not break those rules. And because most countries it's legal there. But if you come traffic those drugs in or weapons or manufactured plastic pieces.
I don't push these expectations on people, though, Dark Giver. Other people think you should actually go to college. I don't. It starts by voting. Vote for change. I vote Green Party, fuckface. That's not hypocrisy, bro. If you want to change, you should do the opposite of demanding change. It starts by voting. Well, I vote Green Party. What party do you vote for, my dude? I vote blue. Biden, yay! What do you? You need to start a revolution. Why is up all these fuckers telling me to like start revolutions and stuff? Like, you're not doing anything unless you're literally going out on the street with a gun, trying to demand change. Unless you're literally a violent, like all you guys are just trolls at this point because you haven't said a single fucking thing that's valid. All you've been doing is just trying to like demean and essentially just like give the shittiest fucking advice I've ever gotten seen in my fucking life. Dare the Giver, you're actually a little bit Riri, but I love you. Keep on watching the channel. Yeah, exactly. This guy's
My
still
brother just said that he said exactly.
exactly the both people. My brother, what he just said, and exactly the person in chat right here, because my brother was listening to me and I was listening to him. This man still hasn't said why he's an antinatalist. Please, dare the fucking giver. Why are you not an antinatalist? So far, the only thing you've said is other people aren't antinatalist, therefore I'm not antinatalist. What are you, like an AI? Are you literally an AI that goes off a majority opinion, like beep boop, humans say this, I say this, output, oop, bloop, bloop, bloop. Like what the fuck is going on in your head? What the fuck are you, an NPC? Give us a reason. Don't just be like, oh, you can't convince people, majority matter. Now I understand why Eminem constantly angry and just yelling at the camera. Why am I an antinatalist? I'm an antinatalist because I'm a negative utilitarian.
Bought 3 more NFTs.
Basically, negative utilitarianism is the idea all that matters is pain reduction. Guess what? The world has a lot of fucking pain in it. If you look at just a situation, given any animal that's eating another animal, okay, ask yourself, like a gazelle getting torn apart by a lion, is there more pain going on, or is there more pleasure going on in that experience? So the lion tearing apart the gazelle. Answer is pretty obvious. There's way more pain going on. So you have to be it's pretty obvious that when it comes down to it, that if you want to prevent pain, and not just pain. Oh my god, yes, I know that, bud. Which is why I'm giving you the gazelle example. I told you I'm a negative utilitarian. All that matters is pain. If so long as there's a pinprick in the entire universe, I think that universe shouldn't exist. There could be every single being is orgasming 100% of the time, but there's a single pinprick and one worm in the fucking desert of Jupiter. And I would say that universe is not worth creating. That's negative utilitarianism. You are like, yes, but there's not just pain in the world. There's pleasure as well. And then I'm asking you to think of a fucking any example of any creature eating another creature and ask yourself, do you think there's more pain going on or more pleasure? AKA, do you think just to live your goddamn silly little life asking these dumb questions that you are causing more pain and experiencing more pain or having more pleasure and causing more pleasure in the world? And the answer is pretty fucking obvious when you ask yourself that in regards to literally anything eating food at any fucking moment ever. Especially if you think plants are sentient. Ooh, plants are alive too, just like us, man. And if you think that, because there's a bunch of dumbasses that do, then it's even fucking worse. So yeah, where's your little pleasure train? Give me your pleasure example now. I can give you a bazillion fucking examples of why this world's hell. You can't just be like, oh, but there's pleasure too, man, and expect me to like fucking count your orgasm over some anime girl to be count, okay? Can they hear me in like full clarity? My vape is dead. Now my so is my will to live. I'll be right back. lordy. Okay. The good doesn't justify the pain. The good in the world is expensive, all the pain. We keep bringing kids here, taking the risk because it's possible to live a majority happy life because the vast majority aren't that lucky. Well, if you're lucky, maybe a meteor will hit us in this lifetime and all the pain will end in one instance like it did for the dinosaurs, since that's the only way to end all pain. I mean, there are actually multiple ways we could end all pain. It doesn't need to be a meteor. A meteor would be awesome. So would like a hypernova. A hypernova would be amazing as shit. Like if a hypernova hit the planet, it would just be like ultimate win for all antinatalists and ethalists out there. It would just be like instant vaporization of all life on Earth, and the whole planet would just become radioized, uninhabitable forever. But unfortunately, that won't probably happen. So, you know, like the chance that a galaxy's explosion of a little burst would happen to hit us out of the vast universe, very unlikely. So, you know, when it comes down to it, we're gonna have to do this shit. And when it comes down to it, guess what? There is no limit on nuclear yield. Here, let's watch a video. Let's go to Discord. Hmm. Never mind.
I'm on these NFT exchanges.
Here we go. We're gonna watch a fun video. A viewer of my channel recommended I watch this video in the past. Forget who, but we're gonna watch it live now. Basically, all you need to know is the end point, but we'll watch it from. We'll watch it right about here.
Our nuclear pile contains 15 times the energy of the Krakatoa volcanic eruption. So let's finally push the button. 3, 2, 1. In a second, a fireball 50 kilometers across vaporizes everything in its way and creates a blast wave that flattens 3,000 square kilometers of forest. Every living thing within 250 kilometers will start to burn. The explosion will be heard literally around the world as the pressure wave circles the Earth tens of times over the next few weeks. Millions of tons of incinerated material are catapulted into the atmosphere. The mushroom cloud reaches the outer reaches of the stratosphere, pushing up against space itself.
There we go.
After things have calmed down, a small crater, about 10 kilometers across, is left in the center of the worst wildfires the planet has seen in millennia, spreading throughout South America, burning down forests and cities alike. And now, the unpleasant part begins. Extremely radioactive material will kill living things very quickly, and a large area several kilometers around the crater is now uninhabitable, as is everywhere for hundreds of kilometers downwind. Much of the fallout is carried high into the atmosphere by the mushroom cloud and carried around the planet. The amount of radioactive material in the environment doubles worldwide, which still isn't civilization ending, but we may see more cancer for a while. A portion of the particles will float to the edge of space for years and cause a nuclear winter that could lower global temperatures by a few degrees for a few years. This explosion was pretty bad if you're in South America and especially Brazil. The Amazon rainforest is pretty much history, which is not great, but human life will go on. Okay, but what if we explode more nuclear weapons? Let's suppose humanity decided to mine every bit of uranium on Earth and build as many nuclear bombs as possible. At current usage, it's estimated that there are around 35 million tons of uranium in Earth's crust, enough to power human civilization for over 2,000 years, or to build millions of nuclear warheads. For the sake of argument, let's say we create a pile with the yield of 10 billion Hiroshima bombs, which makes up a cube 3 kilometers high that contains roughly the energy of the asteroid impact that ended the age of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, except it's also nuclear. 3, 2, 1. Our pile explodes in a fireball stretching so high into the sky that it's visible from half of South America, with so much power that the ground just splashes like water, forming a crater 100 kilometers across. Bedrock on the scale of whole mountain ranges is vaporized in an instant, while thousands of tons of material is catapulted away with such speed that it's ejected into space. Some leaves Earth forever, while most of it comes raining down as hot, burning debris that heats up the atmosphere to oven-like temperatures, killing most big animals and causing firestorms all over the world. The Earth's crust rings like a bell, struck by global earthquakes stronger than anything in recorded history, decimating cities around the world, while hurricane-force winds flatten every single tree in South America and wildfires consume the continent. The abundance of hydrocarbons in the Amazon burn to form ash are cast into the atmosphere, darting the sky and keeping sunlight from reaching the surface, dropping temperatures to near freezing worldwide. The ensuing global winter may last for decades and results in the extinction of every large animal species, humans included. We could also mention that every corner of the planet is covered with radioactive fallout, but at this point, it doesn't matter that much anymore. This is humanity's extinction event. The astronauts aboard the International Space Station get to enjoy a great view for a while, but it's not unlikely that the spray of rock blast into orbit will destroy the station. Those lucky enough to be in bunkers or in submarines deep below the ocean surface may survive the longest before they exhaust their food supplies and have to venture out for more. They'll find the world a charred, freezing, radioactive wasteland. The planet itself doesn't care at all. After just a few million years, the wounds of the explosions have healed and life is thriving, arguably even more so than when humans were around. If intelligent life emerges again, it might be able to work out
It's an
what happened.
exaggeration
When they studied
because it would take like a fuck ton of time for evolution to evolve things. So when it comes down to it, yeah, we're just gonna eliminate all large life right there, meaning all sentient life basically, things that have like the ability to feel like pain. Can I recommend a video, please? Yeah. Please, it's short. Yeah, no problem. You can recommend a video. But basically, there's no limit on nuclear yield, and given the fact that we could probably make multiple of those, I do say we do what we must. You know what I mean? We do what we gotta do. This video isn't available anymore. What? Alright, man. Found it.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here.
Be
I stepped
infected
in
with Ebola
wrong.
without having to leave your own home or deal with other people? Well, you might be in luck. You can already download an Ebola virus genome right here on the internet right now. And if you're willing to wait
Nice.
a few years for 3D bioprinting technology to progress a little bit, you can just acquire one then, submit the genome to it, and ta-da, all you can print Ebola. Or anthrax, or whatever it is you wish to mass produce at home to wipe out humanity. Are humans going to go extinct soon? Will human extinction be anthropogenic? That is the result of human action. Or will it be one of the good old-fashioned kinds of extinction Earth's history knows pretty well? The Global Catastrophic Risks Survey, issued by Oxford University's Future of Humanity Institute, placed our risk of extinction before the year 2100 at 19%. Now you might be thinking, whatever, blah, blah, blarmageddon, it'll be okay. Humans are too smart to go extinct. Maybe you're right, but it's difficult to predict the distant future with a lot of certainty. What's really cool, though, is that if you embrace that uncertainty, a simple argument can show that human extinction soon is actually more probable. It's called the doomsday argument. Imagine a giant urn that contains either 10 balls numbered 1 to 10 or a million balls numbered 1 to a million. Now, you don't know which is the case, but you are allowed to pull out one ball. You go ahead and do that, and it is ball number 4. That's pretty strong evidence in favor of the 10-ball condition, because drawing a 4 from a set of 1 through 10 is a 1 in 10 chance, but drawing 4 from a million different numbers is a 1 in a million chance. By analogy, you are also a numbered ball. You are a human who knows approximately what your birth number is. It's probably somewhere around 100 billion. That's how many other humans were most likely born before you were. Importantly, you didn't get to decide which birth number you would have. So, just like the number 4 ball, you are a random sample from the set of all humans who will ever live. The doomsday argument points out that from 200 billion people, there's a 50% chance that a randomly chosen person, like you, would be born in the first 100 billion. Whereas if there will be 10 trillion humans, there's only a 1% chance that any given human, say you, would happen to be born within the first 100 billion. Either you are special and lucky to be born so improbably early in the story of humanity, or your birth number is to be expected. Because there will not be tens of trillions of humans, human extinction will be sooner rather than later. But before you become too convinced that the end is nigh, keep in mind that the doomsday argument is not uncontroversial. One problem it might have is a reference class problem. Are you really a random sample from the set of all humans who will ever be born? Well, if you believe that in the not-so-distant future, humans will be quite different than they are today. For instance, they'll be full of more 3D printed organs. The mere fact that right now there aren't very many humans with that trait could be evidence that you aren't a random sample from the set of all humans, just from the set of all humans like you, like those around you, those born earlier in human history. Also, the doomsday argument doesn't consider the likelihoods of actual threats or human advantages over those threats in the future. It just assumes that we don't know which way the balance will lie, that human extinction soon and human extinction later are equally likely. But maybe you don't believe that. Maybe you are convinced that human ingenuity will always stay one step ahead of any extinction event thrown at it. You could be right, but there's reason to doubt that optimism. For example, the Fermi paradox. If it is likely that intelligent life forms in our universe are capable of living for billions and billions of years, where are they? Why are the skies so silent? Perhaps it is because extinction-level threat events are just too common for intelligent life anywhere to ever catch up. So, does this mean we should just give up? The voluntary human extinction movement thinks so. Founded in 1991, its supporters believe that humans are a negative influence on Earth and always will be. Thus, we have a moral obligation to just stop reproducing right now and fade away. But what would a computer do? In a way, that's kind of what Tom Seven did. He created a program that plays video games. The program came up with novel techniques and strategies for playing games and even exploited glitches humans didn't know about, or at least hadn't told it about. He also had the program play other games, like Tetris, which I think is relevant to our question. The computer struggled to figure out what to do. You see, the computer wasn't programmed to consider future repercussions far enough ahead to notice that stacking tetraminos in certain ways made a big difference. On one run, when faced with imminent demise, the computer did something eerie. Rather than lose and receive a game over, it just paused the game. Forever. Tom Seven describes the computer's reasoning like this: the only winning move is to not play. And that's right. If you pause a game forever, you will never lose that game. But you'll also never win that game or achieve a high score. Now, we might not know what achieving a sentient life high score in this universe means, or whether or not we're capable of achieving one. We might also sometimes panic when the future looks bleak. But if we keep playing and keep learning, chances are we could eventually figure it out and start playing really well. So, thanks for continuing to play, for being here, and as always, thanks for watching.
The only winning move is not playing. Even the robots get it. The Tetris part, its poem. Yeah, the only winning move is not playing, basically. Here, let's another way we can end all life on Earth is this. The horror show.
Debate. They are made out of living cells and can reproduce, but are still very much machines. Our minds like to try to categorize, but in reality, we might need to accept that Xenobots occupy a space in between, both living and machine. For now, Xenobots are simple and lack nervous systems, but if future biobots are capable of emotions, feelings, or pain, this quandary may need more serious consideration. Harnessing the power of biology will be the driving force behind the next century of technological development. First, the scientists had the AI redesign the Xenobots to optimize clear plaques from arteries in the human body. And this ability led scientists to think, what else could the Xenobots aggregate? What else could they round up and make little piles out of? This is where the Xenobot story gets properly freaky. First, the scientists had the AI redesign the Xenobots to optimize for collecting particles. The original sphere shape, as you might guess, isn't so great for collecting tasks. Instead, the computer suggested a C shape, similar to Pac-Man, which is highly efficient at collecting loose particles. Then the researchers added a compelling material to the Xenobot's environment: frog stem cells, the raw material of a Xenobot. And as the scientists hoped, the Xenobots dutifully swept them up into small piles just like they did with random debris. And then something remarkable happened. The piles of cells turned into new Xenobots. There are many types of reproduction in the world of organisms, from sexual to asexual, from splitting to budding to birth. These processes all share one common trait. They all come from the parent organism, one way or another. But what the Xenobots did has never before been observed in living organisms. It's called kinematic self-replication, and has only ever been observed in certain molecules. It's the act of reproducing by moving and compressing dissociated parts in the environment. And although it's never been observed in cellular life forms until now, it's possible it even played a role in the origin of multicellular life on Earth. And this ability in robotics could lead to exponential utility over time. Currently, individual Xenobots can live for 10 days in an aqueous environment without needing any outside food source. This is a good start, but limits what a Xenobot
Gray
can do in the
goop,
real world.
gray
But
goop,
if Xenobot raw
gray
material
goop,
could be continually
gray
added to the
goop,
environment,
gray
it could mean limitless
swarm,
generations of
swarm,
Xenobots, which could be a real force for good. Along with clearing
gray
pollution,
goop,
one day
gray
they could
goop.
perhaps be programmed to selectively pick up and move specific cell types that we want to use in regenerative medicine, aggregating the materials for a body to regrow damaged tissues. Researchers are now working to create Xenobots that have a working memory, a read-write ability to record one bit
Yo,
of
me
information
too, man.
using a
It's
fluorescent
little
marker that indicates
stomach,
if they've experienced something in their environment.
the stomach
This type of
bacteria is
memory
like
could help us
brother.
detect the presence of things like radioactive contamination, chemical pollutants, drugs, or certain diseases. And perhaps most importantly, by understanding Xenobots, we start to understand the plasticity of living cells. Freed of their evolutionary fate, cells could be capable of astounding things. They can walk, they can swim, they can collect debris, and reproduce. The question is, what else might they be able to do? As for whether or not these bots are alive is still a matter of great debate. They are made out of living cells and can reproduce, but are still very much machines. Our minds like to try to categorize, but in reality, we might need to accept that Xenobots occupy a space in between, both living and machine. For now, Xenobots are simple and lack nervous systems. But if future biobots are capable of emotions, feelings, or pain, this quandary may need more serious consideration. Harnessing the power of biology will be the driving force behind the next century of technological developments. Whether it's understanding the raw ability of cells free of their evolutionary fate, or by analyzing the products of 3.8 billion years of evolution, the natural world has the answers we need. In our quest to beat cancer, find solutions to antibiotic resistance, respond to natural disasters, or traverse the toughest climates imaginable, our survival in the future relies on tapping into nature's genius. And in a brand new 6-part series on Curiosity Stream, you can explore this cutting edge of science with the series
Yeah,
called
it's a kind of
Evolve.
interesting
This
video, but more
refreshing
serious.
docuseries
Gray goop, gray goop, gray goop. Yeah, I mean, one, it wouldn't end the world. It would just extinct human life potentially, and wouldn't really potentially even do that. It would just cause the ending of America and a global ice age that would last like 3 years, about maybe a couple of decades. But it wouldn't end all life. Life would still remain, and that's not the goal of. I mean, that's it might be the goal of like antinatalism ish, kind of like it'd be the goal of the voluntary human extinction movement. But that's not the goal of ethalists or antinatalists. Antinatalists and ethalists want to end suffering for the most part, or if you're antinatalist, it's deontological to an imposition. And unfortunately, imposition and suffering will continue to go on. I fell asleep on stream, and apparently a snore. I fell asleep while playing D&T today on on live stream, not live stream, but on live on Discord, and they said I snore. That's funny. But anyways, yeah, as we just fell asleep while playing D&D. Yeah, I was during like a little bit of a intermission part where we're just kind of doing a travel segment on the road, and I was kind of like listening to people do their thing, and I was laying down, and I just kind of like clonked out. I was awake at like 4 in the morning, and I didn't really get the greatest amount of sleep last night. Probably got a little bit more, and yeah, it just kind of caught up with me, and I went clonked out. I mean, when it comes down to it, yeah, I think the best ways to end the world are basically in all sentient life is essentially just go with the nuclear yield. But I think the best way to go is to first genetically engineer things out of existence and then top it off the nuclear cherry on top, so to speak. Preferably, if we could figure out ways to do nuclear fusion instead of fission, it'd be pretty awesome. If we could make like fusion bombs, that'd be like a lot more big. So, and the bigger the boom, the better for extinction. So, and given we're learning how to do fusion, that'd be quite awesome. So, if we learn how to make fusion bombs, you could probably just blow up the Earth relatively easy. So, I don't even know if fusion bombs are possible, but I probably are, man. Let's look that up.
That's what I spent my time.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, bro. That's kind of. But then people will ask, why wait for the extinction when you can end yourself right now, unless you want to take everybody else with you first. Yeah, it's kind of the point, boys. Just as your $5 is equal to my $5, my pain is equal to your pain. And there's like 8 billion of people and quadrillions of animals and other sentient organisms. So ending my life doesn't really end the fact that there's quadrillions of other things suffering. So convincing other things to kind of get on board with this is a little bit more important than that. So yeah, once you get the technology and people on board, yeah, a bunch of people can off out if they want, no problemo. Because the majority of people who are knowledgeable will stick around. So the ones who aren't knowledgeable or useful can buzz off, as far as I'm concerned. But until that day comes, most people can be converted and are useful in that sense. The world will end eventually, indeed, but that's great when it does. But unfortunately, we have a duty to end suffering now. Dare the Giver hasn't said a single. Yeah, who cares? Who cares if it's in a lifetime or not? I mean, like, the sooner it ends, the better. You saying it's not be in a lifetime, but it'll eventually end doesn't have any relevance to the fact that we have an obligation to prevent suffering.
There's only one person standing in my way. All
No.
Muslims. It's all me.
I may have just got addicted to like NFTs this week.
Yes.
I didn't own like any NFTs before last week.
Things escalated quickly. Gets weaker.
Alright, that's one only rumble today. Sorry. You weren't supposed to see this. I thought I'd get it all cleaned up. Are you dizzy? Where you are right now? Yes, I'm on the side of the road where I should be at the hospital getting my medicine. Okay. Sorry to yell at you, Jack. I really need my medicine. All right, sit down. Now, let me help you. Brothers, remember? Right, brothers. I'm in a lot of pain here, Jack. I'm really suffering. You have morphine on you, right? You know what? We just ran out of our last call. We don't have morphine, homie. We have lorazepam. You were right. That girl that saved lives today. I owe you one. Okay.
She knew Dixie could handle Peter and whatever problems arose. That is expert leadership.
Problem caused by the river. Check out the new Oreo cookie wizard at DQ. Oreo consists brownie cookie pastries most, which makes it the perfect treat for when you're doing Come on, right? We were enjoying the moment with the Oreo cookie wizard. Okay. This is more like it. Enjoy your Oreo cookie wizard moment today. Only at DQ. A long time. Must have Gibson in the road pretty well. Very well. Actually, Jack and I go back. To the fire. I got my hazardous materials. I got my marine resource deployment. That's good like that. Server and just transferred it to the different server and just listed it at the same price that I basically got it for. But like just above transaction fees, you know what I mean? To be transaction fees. And yeah, it works. Because like the price there is like 50 and the other one's 25 or 20 or 17. So it's like I can easily just like list it on the other app for like double the money. Or I can list it for like half the price and double the money for like third profit. So I just bought a whole bunch.
Noise.
Is my life a meme now, Brant?
Yeah.
Am I like a true stock person now, a true crypto investor?
I suppose so.
I suppose. Well, let me go smoke a whole shitload of weed. Strawberry Malibu, then taking an aftertaste of Busch Lights makes the Busch Light taste like coconut. Now that's like a sensation. I'm gonna break the app again. I already went through 1%. Brant, you want to smoke again? I'm just trying to buy some.
Yeah, I'm done
This is what I fell
smoking again.
asleep
I'll
to yesterday.
play a video
This is
for
what I
everybody
tuned my phone
watching.
to yesterday. See that? It won't ever load. Because currency won't ever let me buy it. And I'm sad. All I want to do is buy some Pegasus and invest some Pegasus.
Here, 1 second. Let's click shuffle.
Brant, what's the chances of you think any of those NFTs will actually be of value?
Carrots. What the fuck? Anyway, so this is her follow-up video. Cripes. I think Jay Sounder already took a shot at this, and so did some other guy called something, anti-natalist something or other. But anyway, so I'll do the follow-up.
I'll be back.
I got to the part where she's doing eugenics, and you're just like, are you fucking insane? Yeah, I should have babies because I'm somehow gonna, by me having kids, somehow the retards aren't. No, that's not how it works. Like smart people are somehow good. Smart people are doing good things in the world. Fuck you, idiot. All they're doing is exploiting the dumb people, stealing. They invented this shit. They ads and pop up this and all that crap. What have they done good on this planet? Smart people. Smart people suck. Anyway, frankly, what's in it for me? That's how dumb smart people are. Fuck you. Anyway, so the start with Freely and Darian Ryder saying, "Yeah, we don't want to have kids because we're busy fucking and having fun and shit. Who the hell wants kids? They're getting in the way. I can't put them on my bicycle. I mean, really, I can't do any of the shit I want to do if I got to drag a baby around all day. So, duh. I mean, you know, but they also don't think the whole planet is doing all that well with all these humans fucking everything up. Anyway, so yeah, obviously they're not professional anti-natalists. You know, they're just kind of whatever. You know, they kind of whatever fallen into the whole thing anyway. You know, I mean, they didn't become vegans for this, you know, animal thing. It's sort of just, oh, it also helps animals, so that's a good benefit. You know, but they were really doing it for themselves. You know. which isn't bad, but I mean, it's just so far from what I consider the only value in this thing. Like, you know, the tiny percentage of the suffering. I can't explain to you how tiny the percentage of suffering that happens in the realm of the human industry. You know, humans themselves and the animals they torture are a tiny fraction of the suffering that happens on planet Earth every fucking day, imposed by nature. I mean, it's just, but you know, and for somebody to argue about intelligence, how much intelligence does it take, really, to say, oh, God sounds like a silly fable, and I'm basically living in a meat grinder? I mean, how much intelligence does it really take to draw the conclusion that, oh, we're all just kind of biological need machines in horrid competition with each other to gain some kind of comfort that will likely result in something else's torment? It's musical chairs for one chair. It's and then they think a God invented that. Oh, let's torment the little animals and watch them suffer. What a brilliant God. Fuck. Anyway. Then she talks like she debunks some kind of argument. Oh, bull fucking shit. You've been debunked. Then she was wrong about something. Oh, well, I guess she was wrong to admit this brilliant eugenics argument. So this is where I stop this. Okay, yeah, right. Let's hear this brilliant argument that somehow smart people are going to outbreed the dumb people, or somehow smart people are some way so fucking precious that they're doing such wonderful things in the world. The bankers are so, they're just so cool and wonderful. All those Wall Street smart guys doing all those little paper calculations. Oh, they're so wonderful. No, I don't think so, bitch.
A substantial part of the video. Dysgenics is a real problem. If you are
Dysgenics. Oh, dysgenics. No, it's eugenics is what you're talking. Crazy bitch.
an intelligent, creative, compassionate human being with
All right, creative, compassionate human being. This has something to do with your genetics, huh? It doesn't have something to do with it occurring to you that, oh, I live in a thing called a civilization. And although religion is crap, there is this little thing written there, do unto others as you have others do unto you. Wow, that you have to have a huge brain. Woo, just imagine how big your brain has to be to do that calculation, right? I mean, that's like triple calculus to figure something like that. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Oh, man. God damn, that's so I can't even to say it hurts. It's so complex. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. So all of this crap, this compassion thing, you don't need any intelligence. You don't need super genes to be compassionate. It's not going to have a goddamn thing to do with your fucking goddamn genetics. So guess what? You've been debunked as a lunatic, a fool, a dupe, an asshole to sit there and talk absolute shit like this. Like you somehow think compassion has something to do with genetics. You know, that's just fucking so stupid. I mean, that's dumber than believing in a God.
without any severe genetic disorders. The world needs your DNA to stick around. As Nick
Right. And who would that be exactly? Who exactly has these super genes that you're speaking of? You know, where there's just no defects at all. There's no black sheep in his family tree. There's no monkeys hanging upside down. Yeah, wrong. And why does the world need them? Again, where's the demonstration that these good gene people, whatever they look, show me the good gene people. Show me the profile you have of good genes that actually mean decency in terms of behavior on planet Earth. Show me somewhere where someone has correlated any genetic code to anything called productive behavior in civilization. This vague notion of, oh, it scored high on an IQ test. Yet the person who scored high on the IQ test doesn't understand do unto others as you have others do unto you. And they think it's smart to say things like, what's in it for me? Yeah, right. We need more of those people. No, we don't. No.
Vegan discussed here, the world needs more vegan babies.
No, it really doesn't. And to impose anyway a philosophy on your child is doing nothing better than what the Muslims do, isn't it? It's just saying I'm going to indoctrinate my child into my philosophy. Now we know how that doesn't work with Catholicism. We know how it doesn't work with a lot of things. Well, they do end up still talking about it for the rest of their lives. It seems. You know, Catholics just can't get over the fact that they're Catholic somehow. With the born, well, same with the Jews.
Contrary to the optimistic yet extremely misguided notion that everybody is equal.
There we go again. See, just play this game. That somehow you need big, giant, calculus-capable intelligence to be a decent, productive human being. And it's just as far from a fact as you can goddamn get. It just really is. Dumb people can be just as productive as smart people, and all they have to do is have a little tiny bit of knowledge that's actually accurate. Like not believing in a silly God, understanding something like a golden rule, and understanding that feelings are important. Like I have feelings. I can notice that my feelings are really important, that it's important that I don't get burned to death and that I don't get squashed to death and a lot of things don't happen to me. And it doesn't take hardly any brains at all for me to go, hey, that other thing over there is made exactly like me. And they obviously would also have torture and torment and suffering if they got squished or burned or in some other horrible way killed. So it doesn't matter really whether I die in the coal mine or they die in the coal mine. It's the same fucking thing. Now, is that really more than adding 2 plus 3? I'm sure even people in South America eating garbage right now could understand that. But know what? No one's teaching them that. No one's arguing that to them. What are all the smart people doing? They're selling them religion. Yeah. Fuck the smart people. Fuck the smart people in the fucking ass until fucking goddamn dead. The exploiting this motherfucking capitalist, selfish motherfucking cunt. Smart people. Fuck them.
IQ is important.
No, it isn't. It's important if you want to be an asshole. It makes you a more powerful weapon. It makes you a more powerful Mengele. That's all it does. Mengele was smart as fuck. Did it make him decent? No. Did it make him productive? No. You're just fucking stupid.
Related strongly with many social goods.
No, prove it. Prove the social good related to intelligence. Prove it. Tax write-offs, that's social good. Oh, yeah, well, smart people have a little bit more money, and so they write off their tax deductions on, and so they give phony money to phony charities to pretend that they're decent people. Fuck that, too.
Humanitarianism. And genetics play a large role here, with IQ being as much as 85% heritable.
Oh, this is really, it does not mean 50 to 85% of your intelligence is due to genes. It does not mean that. Heritable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that.
Based on your parentage, or your standard of living.
Dear the Givers.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the important one. Whether you exploiting a scum, have them living in a slum
I'm
somewhere.
gonna have to explain what that documentary is about before I watch it. Or type in URL.
And no, that does not mean it's a race thing. Race.
Oh yeah, it does mean that. Yeah, fuck you. Genetics is race. Newsflash. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is.
Is an ill-defined social construct. It's not a matter.
Oh, it's not at all ill-defined. Everybody's really good at going. There's one. Fuck you.
Of genetics. Anyway, the Tango message regarding intelligence is that even within a single culture with similar income and opportunity, it varies massively between biological families. Studies.
Yeah, and what does it have to do with the minor philosophical knowledge base required to be decent, to be cognizant of the dangers you could be imposing on somebody? Drinking and driving. What do I need? I need to have 140 IQ to be able to understand that drinking and driving is not a good idea, not fair to the other people on the road. You need a big giant brain to figure that out. I don't think so.
On adopted children.
I mean, the amazing part is that smart people here are making excuses for making babies, which is the last resort of the imbecile. It's somebody who, I can't find anything to do with myself. I'm so fucking smart, but I can't figure out what to do. I have no imagination. So what I'll do, I'll basically do something as natural as pissing and shitting. I'll let nature tell me what to do because I'm too stupid to find something interesting to do. So instead, I'll play fucking torment games with biological life forms. Oh, fuck, you're dumb.
And help to show the genetic source of this difference, with adopted children's IQ matching the IQ of their biological parents rather than the IQ of the parents who raised them.
And percentage-wise, by what percentage? Oh, 10 whole percentage points. Whoa! And it makes such a huge difference in understanding do unto others as you have others do unto you. I mean, yeah, that's like something that takes 90 extra IQ points to understand. I don't think so. It really isn't philosophical trigonometry. Not.
It's very easy to argue that for gifted people.
Oh, gee, this is such a pretentious pile of shit. I'm sure she includes herself in the gifted category. She's gifted and she should procreate because she's gifted.
This moral option when considering between not having children, having children, adopting, or fostering is to have children, is to pass on these genes. So,
well, adopting, you wouldn't be passing them on. Fostering, you wouldn't be passing them on. I mean, you really can't keep coherent to your own argument that you're attempting to defend, right? You're just going to keep piling on a bunch of shit that has absolutely nothing to do with the argument you're making just to make your argument sound rational. fostering has nothing to do with passing on any kind of good genes. You're usually, by fostering, you're usually going to be passing on the genes of some asshole who died at 22, or some asshole who's in jail, or some asshole who's dead from an overdose.
That an essential resource for the future of humanity does not go extinct. By having children.
So again, the whole argument, oh yeah, fostering will do, but no, it won't do any of that. It won't fix any of that. Better off killing the little fuckers, right? Because they got inferior genes, obviously.
Children, you pay forward all of the work that your parents.
Yeah, it would just be smarter just to kill the bad genes, right? So why don't we just kill the people with the bad genes than trying to make more people to overpopulate them, right? Isn't it simpler just to get rid of the disease? Why don't you just cure the disease?
And society at large put into making you and raising you, and you provide the next link in the chain of human progress.
Human progress. So this is all human progress then. Global warming and this whole fucking slave economies, human beings spending their whole like 90% of their conscious life in some horrid
Well, who's still watching? No one?
Is it just like one of those things where it was like so calming and peaceful that you were like, it's like an audio sleep?
Basically, it's like an audiobook plus, I wasn't really talking, so it's kind of like, why not, I guess. But it's mainly just because it was like relaxing, like an audiobook, yeah. Yo, whoever's watching.
The monotonous, tedious, with a whip swapping in the background job. Yeah, fuck you and your progress. I hope you get progressed hard, bitch.
It's a debt that you can probably never really pay back if you choose not to procreate.
I just think that is the biggest pile of fucking shit I've ever heard. I have no debts to anybody. I was imposed on, dragged into a shithole. This isn't a proper nest, okay? So I'll use my analogy. You think this is you think this world is a good enough nest for a bird to lay an egg in? This fucking shitty, fucking goddamn sprawling with goddamn puke and vileness, this disgusting, putrid, this just horrid, exploitionist world. This is a nest you lay eggs in? Fuck you and your progress.
You literally cannot have children, or your genes are bad, so it would be better to adopt. Of course, this doesn't apply to you. Just like
Well, what does this have to do with any of the real core of the subject, which is you're fucking just making a need machine, something that's going to need is going to not satisfy most of their needs, and is going to fucking probably die the average death, which isn't going to be much goddamn motherfucking cunt fun. And you certainly haven't done it yet, so how are you an expert on how much fun it is to die?
a vegan on a desert island should probably eat the fish.
A vegan on a desert island should probably eat the fish. I don't know what the fuck that means. Morality is making choices, which means it must be possible and practical to do so. It's not about making choices. Morality is about what's right and what's fucking goddamn wrong. There's no choice. The obligation is, what's the most efficient thing for me to do? No choice involved.
If you have good genes and can have kids, then when you're ready, when you can provide a nurturing environment for them.
And that'll do what for them exactly? Will it guarantee them a good life, a happy life, an enjoyable life? Will it stop them from being a drug addict? Will it stop them from getting cancer? Will it stop them from having 5 bad marriages? What will it exactly? Will it stop them from being a pedophile? What exactly will it prevent? Oh, that's right. None of that.
Having them is a good thing to do.
Why? Why is it a good thing to do? You didn't explain that at all. No, not at all.
If you can't have kids, then adopting or fostering would be best.
And again, why would that be best? Why would it be a good idea to nurture bad genes into the world? You just made the explanation that all the bad genes are taking over, and if the good gene people don't step up to the plate and pop those good genes into the world, we're all doomed somehow. So why are you sitting there fostering, taking care of a bunch of rotten gene kids so they can grow up to have kids? Are you going to tell the little foster kid, get sterilized? Does your genes suck? Yeah, do you have the vagina to do that, bitch? Go ahead, foster a kid and have the vagina to tell the kid, get sterilized. Your genetics suck.
Referenced in a poorly argued video.
Oh, you're talking about poor arguments, man. You own that category, bitch. If it was a Jeopardy category, you own it.
Response to the original video, my original video, I mistakenly wrote in a comment that adoption is more moral. Again, for some people, for most people, this is true. But
again, why would it be the moral thing to do to in some way subsidize the actualization of more bad genes into the world? If you think this eugenics argument is valid, why would you want to empower bad genes?
Not for most vegans or most viewers of this channel. This comes back to my original omission. I didn't want to get into the IQ debate thing because I realized it's controversial. It can be
Cyborg eggs, bro. Fuck yeah.
The IQ intelligence race debate.
Well, you just did it. I mean, you cannot avoid it. You cannot sit there and say that somehow human character and decency and usefulness and greatness is all related somehow to this intelligence test thing. That without this, you suck. That's what you said, crazy person. You did say that, crazy person.
For some reason, seems to have picked up steam here recently on YouTube, even among vegan YouTubers. At least one vegan YouTuber who is no longer, I guess, associating with veganism since they changed their channel name. So that's good. Draining our collective gene pool of IQ is not good for anything.
Draining our collective gene pool of IQ. Again, like somehow you need to have a big IQ to be a decent human being. It's a ludicrous argument. The fundamentals of decency are so simple and so easy. There's just no way you can miss it. I'm a biological organism. They're a biological organism. There's no fundamental difference except I'm me and they are them. So really, you think the concept of me and them is just too much. People need to have a really giant brain to be able to tell that, oh yes, me and them just means that when they are them, they're a me. And when I am looked at by them, I'm a them. Yeah, it's the same thing, really. It's just what chair you're sitting in at what particular time dictates what you're called. Well, yeah, that's silly. Why should I worry about that? Why should I worry what chair I'm sitting in? That doesn't make a difference. Duh. And you're telling me you need a big brain to understand that. Dog is dog is dog. Cat is cat is cat. Owl is owl is owl. Fucking human is human is human. Newsflash. There's really nothing special about what. Let's go find what lion to feed to the crocodiles. By what criteria shall we choose? Well, let's find the one that's not me. Oh, that's right. None of them are me. I mean, come on.
Sometimes fewer people is actually worse when you look at the quality hit to the overall population.
Oh, really? She's just going to keep on and on with this drivel, this fucking drivel. Look, I don't think there's anything great about anybody breeding, and certainly the fucking blue bloods don't have great blue blood now, do they? So this whole idea of how people have gained success and what kind of features are qualities of lifestyle that have gained them some sort of longevity even doesn't mean good health. It doesn't mean rationality. It doesn't mean sanity. It doesn't mean any of those things. It doesn't mean that's the kind of animal you want to be creating.
Due to that loss, it's important that the best and the brightest among us reproduce.
And right, by whose standard? What's your fucking standard for best and brightest? Please give me a short list. All right, why don't you give me 100 human being list of the ones that should be doing this breeding because they're the best and the brightest. So have the balls to write me up a little bit of a list of who the people are that are proving themselves the best and the brightest. Professional, Hollywood celebrities? Oprah? We should have forced Oprah to have a few hundred kids because, wow, she's a billionaire. So shit, yeah, she's one of the best and the brightest. Need more Oprahs. Need more Donald Trumps. Fuck no.
It's important that we convey our genes and our learned values.
Convey our genes and our learned values. Again, like Muslims, it's good that we have to program our children, and you're going to be able to pull that off in the internet age. You're going to be able to make your argument to your kid that it's all about the genes, honey. Yeah, go find a woman, but don't fall in love with somebody. Make sure she has good genes. Make sure her mommy and daddy didn't get cancer.
The next generation, so that we can keep fighting the good fight against ignorance and cruelty.
Yeah, right. I think you're ignorant, and I think you're cruel. I think you're stupid. Well, it's kind of redundant, but I'm going to go with it.
If we fail to do so, the worst and the dimmest certainly won't hold back on our account.
Well, you're sort of evidence of that, I'd say.
And the kind of people who inherit the earth without our children in its side.
Without our children. She really thinks she's one of these best and brightest things. I mean, this is just so pretentious. I'm one of these best and brightest, and I definitely should be breeding, so. Any of you best and brightest guys out there, bring your genetic profile, please. I mean, really, this is supposed to impress somebody. Yet this is what intelligent people do. This is how they show their compassion.
May lead humanity in a very cruel and regressive direction. And now to address the...
Again, it's not their genetics that's led them into a regressive and cruel condition. The world isn't a mess because of genetics. The world is a mess because smart people are too busy exploiting the poor instead of educating the poor. And even the smart people are too pussy to even take responsibility for their own beliefs. They sit there and find, they say they reject God, not because it's a silly fable, but because they want to be selfish cunts. So again, I don't, this whole, the rich are a wonderful, benevolent dictator. No, they're not. They're evil, selfish, greedy, blood-sucking, vile, disgusting scuzz. And you see it with every one of these lying lawyers and politicians. All probably have wonderfully fine IQs. They are scum, lying scum. You're too stupid to figure that out? That intelligence obviously has nothing to do with decency, or honesty, or character?
Same dead argument that antinatalists still use as their checkmate. But you can't guarantee your kids will be...
Oh, another commercial? What the fuck is that crap? I never saw that shit before. How the fuck should you pull that off?
But you can't guarantee your kids will be vegan, just like you can't guarantee that you'll be vegan, even a year from now.
Oh, please. Yeah, I mean, yes, you can. If you have any philosophical integrity, you do. I mean, I'm sure if I draw a conclusion about, well, I'm not going to invest in, boats that flip upside down when they hit the edge of the flat earth, you know, I can figure, yeah, I'm sure that I'm I can guarantee I'm never going to be investing in boats that flip over to compensate for the flat Earth.
Pretty much.
Citizen rates are upwards of 75%. The vast majority of vegetarians and vegans don't stay that way. What happens?
Yeah, again, how does that have anything to do with
The vast
why
majority of
they became
vegans
vegetarian?
didn't
So
go
that's the whole
vegan
problem with
or
you vogue
ethics.
vegetarian. What the fuck is this with these goddamn commercials? I'm not watching any more of this fucking scuzz. God damn, 4 commercials in one goddamn fucking cunt video, banners, they play. What the fuck is this shit? So anyway, well, we've already heard her shit argument. So she really thinks that this whole idea of having kids, somehow you're going to make a child that's somehow going to fix the world. So if you're a smart person, it's almost guaranteed that your kid won't be an exploiting-this motherfucking cunt. It's almost guaranteed that they're going to somehow be productive. They're not going to be doing makeup videos on YouTube or doing some other trivial shit or throwing 4 million banner ads and play ads on the goddamn videos. No, they're not going to be doing that shit. People who are vegan because they understand it to be wrong to torment another feeling organism for a non-essential purpose, a non-essential reason, don't unvegan. She be dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. So it looks a little like Sarah Palin, right? Yeah. Ew. Ew. Skanky cunt. Ew.
Mitchell and Webb have this sketch about 2 Nazis.
Hans, I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Have you looked at our caps recently?
Our caps?
The badges on our caps. Have you looked at them?
What? No. A bit.
They've got skulls on them. Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't...
Hans, are we the baddies?
From our perspective, it seems very obvious that the Nazis were baddies, but most of them didn't see themselves that way. Humans tend not to see themselves as the bad guys. But what was going on? I mean, were there just a lot more psychopaths than normal in Germany at that time? And if you were born in a different time and place, what kind of attitudes would you have? Would you support genocide? Would you think slavery was okay? Would you think this was the height of fashion? It's easy to think no. After all, things like these don't feel like things we need to be told. But babies born in the past and babies born today are born with more or less the same brains, which means that if we can learn about why people thought the way they did in the past, we also learn about ourselves.
And that consequently, this country is at war with Germany.
And the lesson is, you're the Nazi. You think, well, I'd be Oscar Schindler, I'd be rescuing the Jews. It's like, no, I'm afraid not.
You're against the thing that makes this country a unity and that makes this country great. And I think you're at this race.
Now, most of the people watching this video are from countries with a Christian heritage. So if we want to understand how people used to think about morality, let's start there. Pope Francis, the current Pope of the Catholic Church, will often proclaim the importance of human rights, but you can't say the same for all of his predecessors. In 873, John VIII, who was Pope at the time, declared the enslavement of fellow Christians a sin, but he didn't condemn slavery more generally. And the Bible, well, parts of the Bible contain good and timeless moral advice, but other parts, yeah, not so much. Here's an example of the Israelites aggressing against another tribe, where God commands as follows: now kill all the boys, and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Yeah, I guess the people who wrote this part of the Old Testament didn't share our notions about war crimes. Here's a quote from the Old Testament, this one about slavery. Your men and women slaves must come
I
from
love
other nations.
Jimmy Hancock's content, but I am going to not play any more of it. Watch in your own time. I've already seen that video.
Things They Will Never Tell You by Thomas
Watching was
read
not
by
very
Wilhelm
entertaining.
Alexander. They'll always say to you that it's okay. They'll always say to you that it's all right. Under no circumstances will they say to you that it's not okay. Under no conditions will they say to you that it's not all right. If only once in the course of all time, if only once in the course of your life, they would say to you that it's not okay, that it's not all right. If only once they would give you the satisfaction of hearing it spoken, only once allow you to ride on those wonderful words and soar upon the spit and the sneer and the astronomical relief of hearing it said, only once. They will never say it's not okay. They'll never say that it has never been, or will it ever be, the least bit right, in the least degree. Have they mentioned that you could get by quite easily without knowing a single moment of what we call joy or what we call pleasure? That you can exist for many years, a lifetime in fact, and be estranged from anything we might call happiness or simply relaxation? They continue to flourish right up to the very second that your own headstone looms into view. You know that it's true, but have they ever mentioned this to you? Have they ever mentioned that no one could get by, that nothing alive could remain so for long without the fear of hurt and dread of harm, without feeling the frustration or the anguish, or the full hell of unmitigated torment that is woven into everything that lives and comprises the very threads, holding it all together and true. Have they ever mentioned this to you? Pain is essential. There's nothing else to do, no other way to be. We can call it what we like,
What
but
is
pain
it?
is something else, a part of something else. Never fret about finding it to be otherwise, finding it to be
strawberries?
true. Because pain is essential, it is all there is. So why would they ever mention this to you? Skull crushing. Due to the nature of physical existence, they cannot avoid imparting to select persons what it means to have one's skull crushed, either slowly or quickly, completely or partially, whether one is deliberately attacked by some skull crusher or simply the victim of some skull crushing accident. The reason that skull crushing cannot entirely be kept a secret by them is that such an event involves, in many cases, not only great bodily pain, but also mental derangement and intense emotional agony. Striking phenomena that are difficult to conceal, even to the imagination of a brain that has not undergone an actual incidence of skull crushing. Nevertheless, they have succeeded in restricting the knowledge of what it means to have one's skull crushed, to the extent that it is
this is
not a vital
classic.
factor in forming the way the population in general thinks about what it means to sustain lasting and excruciating damage to any part of the human body, whether this part is a skull or the brain
Yeah,
inside
Thomas
that skull, not to
Legati's
mention the style and similar developments
conspiracy
that reign
against the
true
human race
in
is
spinal
amazing.
crushing, even the effects of a pernicious disease affecting some other part of the anatomy that may be crushed from the inside, one cell at a time. Insanity and nothingness. Stuff and nonsense. Insanity, derangement. Whatever name you want to use, we can't get enough of it. They've made sure of that. Offer us nothingness and we will pass it by without a glance, given its invisibility to our sight. They made sure of that too. In the dark corridors of our brains, in the black chaos of the world's marketplace, we will rush about as if in a dream, to grab at every piece of pulsing inventory paraded out. A galaxy of arbitrary objects in all shapes and colors. A full array of unrequested needs, unrequested impulses. And of course, every accessory imaginable for those motley costumes of agony we are forced to wear every day of our lives, seizing such merchandise with a death grip and recalling only when our hands feel nothing in their closing grasp. Between insanity and nothingness, the choice was determined from the outset. They made sure of everything. Bottom line, no one is in the market for nothingness, while insanity, since time began, has always been flying off the shelves. The sellers. Which of them would ever say that all they have to sell is a piece of fruit gone rotten, shriveled and yet still pale green, with a dying life made of mold? They would never tell you that what they are selling is something spoiled, a piece of fruit left forgotten, unfit to be sold, and ripe.
All right, guys. So I'm going to cover a story here that I feel like it should be huge news
Fun
everywhere,
stuff.
and of course it's not even close. In fact, we're probably going to be the only or one of the only outlets that talks about this. So let's start here. This is in Reuters. U.S. Senate passes record $858 billion Defense Act, sending bill to Biden. Now, right there, I want to ask you guys, how many of you have heard this story before, me talking about it? Because this happened 3 days ago, and I didn't see much talk about it at all anywhere, even in like the lefty Twitter circles I run in. The U.S. Senate passed legislation on Thursday authorizing a record $858 billion in annual defense spending, $45 billion more than proposed by President Joe Biden, and rescinding the military's COVID vaccine mandate. So we've seen this every year now, where the president will ask for X amount, and then the House and the Senate will be like, "No, we'll give you more." When it comes to the military budget specifically, this is like the only thing that gets that sort of funding surplus. Senators supported the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, an annual must-pass bill setting must-pass. Notice the framing. Setting policy for the Pentagon by an overwhelming 83-11 bipartisan majority. The no votes came from a mix of liberals who object to the ever-rising military budget and fiscal conservatives who want tighter controls on spending. With the House of Representatives passing the measure last week, the NDAA next heads to the White House, where Biden is expected to sign it into law. The fiscal 2023 NDAA authorizes $858 billion in military spending and includes a 4.6% pay increase for the troops, funding for purchases of weapons, ships, and aircraft, and support for Taiwan as it faces aggression from China, and for Ukraine as it fights an invasion by Russia. Okay, so just to put this in perspective for everybody, just the increase in the military budget this year, just the increase, was $45 billion. Look at this from Vox. This is Bernie Sanders' College for All Act during his last presidential run. Here's what they say. The federal government would give states and tribes at least $48 billion per year through a 2-to-1 federal dollar match program if states commit to eliminating tuitions and fees at public universities and colleges. So for that amount of money, we could have gotten Bernie Sanders' College for All Act, which makes public colleges and universities tuition free. Now remember, the phrasing in this about the NDAA was must pass. It's must pass legislation. Could you imagine if we had a vote today to give $48 billion per year towards College for All, what the reaction from the media would be? What would they say? Across the board, they would say, well, how are we going to pay for it? How can we afford it? This is like, this is like unicorn fairy dust type stuff. This is wishful thinking. It's about the same amount as the increase in the military budget this year. This is what our defense spending looks like. This was back when the military budget, this is 2021, back when the military budget was $801 billion. That's more than the next 9 biggest countries combined, as you can see here. $777 billion
Yo, I
for China,
believe it,
India,
man.
the United Kingdom, Russia, France, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Japan, and South Korea all put together. $801 billion for just us. When was the last time the media showed you this context?
I might go on TikTok.
My guess is they never have.
I've never had
What about this?
TikTok, but I might.
Senators who voted to inflate the Pentagon budget to $858 billion took 6 times more cash from military contractors than those who opposed the spending hike. So in other words, this is what we call the military-industrial complex. You have the so-called defense contractors give a tremendous amount of money to politicians of both parties for their campaigns. And then those politicians turn around when they're in office and they basically vote for a blank check to go to the defense contractors. Raytheon, Boeing, Honeywell, all of them. All of them. So the people who got paid more by these defense contractors voted to give these defense contractors more, voted for an even bigger military budget. But this is all just child's play for the real headline here. Again, nobody's talking about this. This is in responsible statecraft. The Pentagon fails its 5th audit in a row. If the Defense Department can't get its book straight, how can it be trusted with a budget of more than $800 billion per year? Last week, the Department of Defense revealed that it had failed its 5th consecutive audit. Quote, I would not say that we flunked, said DoD Comptroller Mike McCord, although his office did note that the Pentagon only managed to account for 39% of its $3.5 trillion in assets. Quote, the process is more important for us to do, and it is making us get better. It is not making us get better as fast as we want. They can't account for more than 60% of Pentagon money. $3.5 trillion in assets. They can't account for 60% of that. Where'd the money go? What are you using it for? What are you doing? Why should U.S. taxpayers dump trillions of dollars in your lap and then you don't know what it's being used for, what you're doing, where it's going? So trillions of dollars we're talking about here. The Pentagon can't account for 60% of its money. And we just passed a record budget for the Pentagon. Record.
60%, baby.
I don't know why everybody's not talking about this. This is the ultimate, like, how you gonna pay for it moment. You're telling me 60 cents of every dollar that goes to you, you don't know where it's going, and we're supposed to just shut our minds off and keep voting overwhelmingly to give you a blank check. At the same time, we don't have free healthcare, we don't have free college, we don't have paid vacation time. What are we talking about here? This is psycho. The news came as no surprise to Pentagon watchers. After all, the U.S. military has the distinction of being the only U.S. government agency to have never passed a comprehensive audit. Wow, it's almost like there's waste, fraud, abuse, and grift built into the budget. It's almost like that's what all those campaign contributions are for. All right, guys, welcome to the show. Forgive me if I sound tired. I just woke up less than 15 minutes ago, and I wanted to go ahead and jump right into it. So I got a lot of stuff for you today. The most important story that I'm going to lead with is that basically the CIA has terrorist goon squads, and there was just a huge expose in ProPublica about it, and nobody's talking about it. So we're going to dive into the specifics of that. We have Alex Jones melting down over money woes live on air. That's something. I got more Twitter stuff, more Elon Musk stuff, more GOP civil war. We have Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Lauren Boebert, how that's continuing to heat up and get worse and worse. So we'll talk about all that and much, much more. So let's start here. This article that you're seeing on screen right now is in ProPublica. It's called The Night Raids. It's by Lindsay Billing. Okay, this is her name. And it's a really, really long article. I mean, it took me maybe an hour and a half to read this whole thing. I mean, this thing is basically like a small book. Okay. And let me give you, so I want to discuss the article. Let me go to my notes. I'll show you my notes and we'll walk through it. Because again, this is stuff, this should be like, you know, news on CNN that they talk about for a week straight, and MSNBC and Fox News and the nightly news. And this should be, you know, front page of the New York Times, front page of the Washington Post, but none of them are going to talk about it. And it's frankly abysmal. So Lindsay Billing is the journalist. She spent years on this piece about basically CIA terrorist squads. Her parents are Pakistani and Afghan, and she was adopted and raised in England. She was basically searching for answers about her own past because her mom was killed in a night raid. Now, for her mom, it had nothing to do with the CIA. I'm not sure if it was like, you know, back when the Soviet Union was occupying Afghanistan and maybe they killed her mom in a night raid, or if it was because of civil war in Afghanistan that, you know, she got killed in a night raid. But she was interested. She wanted to find her roots. She went back to the region. And so she starts the article off by talking about how in 2018, the CIA took 3 helicopters to an Afghan woman's mud hut. This woman's name, excuse me, is Mazala. And the CIA proceeded to murder her 2 sons. They were 28 years old and 20 years old. They murdered her 2 sons in cold blood. And it turns out her sons were farmers. They weren't part of the Taliban. They weren't part of ISIS. They weren't part of Al-Qaeda. They just murdered these 2 farmer kids, basically. Now, this is going to be, as you'll see here, like a recurring thing, that this is what the CIA was doing in Afghanistan for years and years and years. So it was part of a classified war. This is their admission. They admit that it's a classified war. So it's a war within a war. And they call the units that are doing these murders the zero units. And what it is a mix of the CIA and Afghan-trained special forces, who they're paying basically a shitload of money to do what they do. So the numbers are, it would be about like 10 or 12 CIA agents and about 80 Afghan-trained special forces, and they would go on these missions basically every night. As one U.S. Army Ranger said, quote, you go on night raids, you make more enemies, then you got to go on more night raids for the more enemies you now have to kill. So in other words, they were doing these night raids for years and years and years. And in the process of doing it, they were creating more enemies
I'm not
of the
an
United States because of
but I'm
that term that we discussed before, which is blowback, which is
either.
unintended consequences of an interventionist foreign policy and of a war. So here's a quote from the piece. This is the journalist speaking. I cataloged hundreds of night raids by one of the 4 zero-unit squads, which was known in Afghanistan as the O2 unit, eventually identifying at least 452 civilians killed in its raids over 4 years. So she was able to track 107 raids, 452 civilians killed. And she says it's almost certainly an undercount because she was just tracking one of the 4 units, and she was just one person working on this. So in other words, she probably missed all of the murders done by this one unit. And then you have 3 other units which were also doing the same thing on a regular basis. So CIA terrorist night raids that would capture and kill innocent people. And as you're about to see, we'll get to it in a second, with no accountability. Quote, even the raids that did end in the capture or killing of known militants frequently also involved civilian casualties. Far too often, I found the zero-unit soldiers acting on flawed intelligence and mowed down men, women, and children, some as young as 2, who had no discernible connection to terrorist groups. So this is something that they stress in the article, like, your raids are only as good as your intelligence.
Fair enough.
And of course, the U.S. likes to pretend like, oh, we have like highly guided precision missiles and special forces that are so high trained that they can avoid all civilian casualties. That's all a myth. If the information that you're acting on is effectively bogus, then you're going to be highly trained while you murk civilians. That's exactly what was happening. Here's another part from the article. This is the quote continued. And the U.S. responsibility for the zero-unit operations is quietly muddied because of a legal carve-out that allows the CIA and any U.S. soldiers connected to the agency for the operations to act without the same oversight as the American military. So in other words, because these are CIA terrorist raids and they're not U.S. military terrorist raids, there's no accountability. There's no oversight. There's no laws enforced. So if they keep killing civilians, they effectively get away with continuing to kill civilians. People impacted included university students and teachers. So these are the people who were getting killed. They were farmers, university students, teachers. Crazy stuff. So they explain in the article that we did this tactic of night raids in Vietnam. And here's a fact that was mind-blowing to me. A 1971 Pentagon study found only 3% of those killed or captured in Vietnam were full or probationary Viet Cong members. In other words, when we did the night raids in Vietnam, 97% of the time, we were killing the wrong people. Wow. So in Afghanistan, the military also did these raids before the CIA did them. And they explain, quote, more than 80% of those captured terrorists were released within weeks because there wasn't supportable evidence that they were insurgents, and the raids seemed counterproductive. As they ramped up, so did the insurgent attacks. This is an incredible fact. So in other words, I think it was when McChrystal took over Afghanistan in 2009. He was the lead general in the war in Afghanistan. They started doing these military night raids. And they would brag about, oh, we captured thousands of terrorists. Well, 80% of the people that they captured, they had to let go because there was no evidence that they were terrorists. And again, with the U.S. military, there's a little bit more oversight of these actions. With the CIA, there's no oversight. And also, as they did more raids, there were more attacks against the U.S. soldiers, again, because they're not, what they're doing is getting a lot of innocent people and then leading to a backlash, leading to blowback. So they stress in the article that when Trump comes in and his, neocon bloodthirsty goon squad, they decided to increase the reliance on these CIA raids. So they say Mike Pompeo announced that the CIA was ramping up its zero-unit night raid approach in Afghanistan. Quote, the CIA, to be successful, must be aggressive, vicious, unforgiving, relentless. You pick the word. You get the sense they either don't know that these raids don't work or they simply don't care. Because they're like, yeah, whatever, they're Afghans. Let's just crack some skulls. Quote, when intelligence officers cite multiple sources of intelligence to justify an operation, it doesn't necessarily mean they have confirmatory information. It could simply mean that they have an overhead image of a house and an informant telling them who's inside. So this is their way of stressing in the article, even when they say we have high confidence, that we should do this raid. It's just high confidence based on what some schmuck is telling them, who they trust. But as you guys aren't going to be surprised to learn, a lot of these people who are informants in Afghanistan just have a grudge against other people, or they're involved in their own political whirlwind themselves. Like, you're only as good as your intelligence, and a lot of our intelligence was fucking flawed every step of the way, and we do CIA terrorist night squad raids based on what these people are telling us. Untrustworthy people. So just crazy stuff. They continue here. 2 Afghan members of the zero unit. So this woman who wrote this article and did all this groundwork.
You can watch the rest of that if you want. I recommend you subscribe to
Hello,
Alvin
welcome to
see
Black Sheep
Secular
Academy.
Thought.
This is our topic called relationships, and we have a chapter in it called family. Now, we know family cannot be told to you in one video. It is an endless thing of love, hate, trauma, blah, 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 blah. But I'm just going to go through the basics, okay, so that you understand it. And then, of course, you can come here and we can have mega debates about it and understand it psychologically and understand it personally and in all kinds of, in all different manners. So let's go through what family is. Basically, what is the definition of family, right? Most people would say it's blood. Okay, so if someone is related to you, then yes, they are family. Okay, so often you do not have an option when it comes to family. But people would say friends are family. Vin Diesel would say friends are family. And often probably would say friends are family because he does not actually have any blood relatives. But family essentially is what you call it. It's just a term, right? It's a term of what you think is the most loyal people in your this. And it should be the most loyal people. So there are two ways to look at it. One is the ones that you have been prolonged here with, like your parents, your brother, sister, etc. You are just here and you have no option. That is one kind of family. And then there are the ones you make, your friends, okay, the people, well-wishers, people who take care of you, even relatives, far away relatives who you really care about, can be called family. Now, what should a family do? Okay, it should nurture you in the sense of no matter who you consider family, does not matter blood or not, they should nurture you in the sense of they should basically take care of you and make sure that you grow in the right way. Okay, and not ensure that no harm comes to you, right? No harm should come to you. And they should let you experience life. Like they should leave you be. They should not control you. They should not try and push you down, trim you in any way. Go wild,
No
see what life is. As long as you're safe, as long as the roots are not poisoned. Okay, just go, live like a tree. That is what a family should be. Most people are in this very trauma bonding experience, which we'll talk about in a minute. Now, many people, okay, have this love-hate relationship with their family. There is this, they love them, but they also hate them. But most of them don't actually love them. Love here is just loyalty, okay, which they believe to be love. Now, how does this loyalty thing work? You guys go through traumas together, like a crazy dad or an absent dad, which is most dads. Then there is the mother, or she could be crazy in a certain way. Then there is a sibling who is lost something, and it's basically dysfunctional. So if most families are dysfunctional, what happens is you bond loyally at some level with all of them, in fact, because you just end up being loyal to them because of the stuff that you've gone through together. They're like historical friends. If you had met them today, you would not be friends. You would not like them. You would not. In fact, you all would be apathetic to each other. But because of the history, because of what you have gone together, you tend to develop a loyalty, which you call love. So it is not love hate. It is loyalty hate. You hate them for the trauma that they've given you, and you are loyal to them because they have pushed you through, or you have pushed them through certain horrible traumas in life. So it's called essentially trauma bonding, right? So that bonding is one way of looking at family, where you're trauma bonding with them. Another one is another one is love hate. Another one is actually loyalty hate, which it really is. Okay. Then there are good families which nurture you, okay, and let you experience life. Then there are friends. So basically, you have to choose your family. Do you want a love hate one? Do you want a one that lets you live, that lets you enjoy? Okay. Do you want both in different areas of your life? How do you want to handle both? All these things you need a certain consciousness of. Why is that? So that you're more clear, so that you're not confused between friends that you've created as a family and between other kinds of, like, the ones that you're forced to be with. Realize that these are the ones I'm forced to be with, and I'm going to be loyal to them, no problem. And these are the ones I love, and these are the ones I want to enjoy life with. I want to be with. I want to learn from. Okay. Then of course there are red lines. So most people have this clear definition of family. Oh, this is a family, and I'm not going to move from here. But you must have red lines, and I'm especially talking to the women here. Okay, men don't know half the stuff that they're doing in life, so there's no question of red lines. But of course, even men, women, okay, you must learn one thing, that when somebody crosses something, no matter what, if you've said before, if you have mentioned that this is my red line, and I will not go beyond this red line, but someone keeps crossing, cut that tie. They are not your family. Just because they are your blood does not mean they are your family. They are just your blood, and they don't deserve your time. Okay, because a lot of parents manipulate you, a lot of brothers and sisters manipulate you, your children manipulate you sometimes. Okay, so it's all these kinds of things that happen. Do not, you learn to cut ties. Cutting ties is the most important thing, firstly for peace of mind, and secondly for the creation of family. So have I made myself clear? The one you choose, okay, the one you're forced to be with, okay, and the one you cut off. As simple as that. Make this choice. Okay, it's obviously a deeper topic which we will discuss over here. So we will discuss in much more depth, with debate, with everything, with questioning. Okay, so that's it. This is basically what family is. These three options, you choose, you decide for your own peace of mind and for everyone else's peace of mind.
It's literally the meme. It's literally the meme that Indian guys can explain anything better than like white people can, and it's true. Just went off.
One day. I'm a wishy-washy lefty progressive, which means I'm, for the most part, fairly pacifist in my orientations. But an event happened recently which kind of attracted my attention, and clearly a lot of other people's attention, which is the very public punching of Richard Spencer, the neo-Nazi. And it's fascinating But it's not so much the action itself that's fascinating. Certainly some of the video remixes were pretty funny. But the kind of cultural and social impact that is having, I think, is really interesting. And it got me thinking about punching, and it got me thinking about violence and my attitudes towards it and the kind of language around it. And watching a bunch of videos and been doing a lot of reading about it recently, kind of coming out of that. I mean, the first thing I'm thinking of is about what the role of violence is. There's a quote from one of Isaac Asimov's novels, which is that violence is the last resort of the incompetent. And I remember when I came across that, I thought, well, that made a lot of sense to me. And I know that even though it comes out of the mouths of one of the characters in Asimov's novel, I think he himself cited it and quoted it as one of the principles of which he lives by. And that's quite interesting. So I've always thought that that quote meant that violence is the last resort of the incompetent. Is that incompetent people will eventually run out of ideas, and they'll probably run out of ideas about how to respond to a situation fairly quickly, and then they'll resort to violence because they just don't have the intellectual resources to be able to come up with alternatives. So they resort to that last resort fairly quickly. They're incompetent people. But there's some ambiguity around it, isn't there, that idea, which is that just thinking what that means, violence is the last resort of the incompetent. I mean, the alternative kind of interpretation of it might be that if you're incompetent, in terms of your understanding of the way the world operates, and understanding how different people engage with the world, not very creative, whatever it may be. But if you're incompetent, you might have this kind of heuristic or rule of thumb that you live by, which just says, I'm anti-violence, I don't do violence. So you just leave it until it's inevitable that you're going to be violent. Whereas a competent person might not leave it that long. They might realise really early on in any kind of encounter that really this is the only way to respond is violently. And don't waste time trying out methods that won't work. Don't waste time trying to get involved in some kind of discussion which is clearly going to go nowhere, and which will probably end up in themselves being the subject of a violent attack, whatever it may be. So in that kind of interpretation, violence is the last resort of the incompetent, because competent people get violent quicker because they know when it's appropriate to be violent and when there is no alternative sooner. So I don't know. I'm entertaining that as a thought, and I'll perhaps come back to that at the end, actually, because I'm also thinking about this, the punch itself, this very specific example of violence. The trouble with violence is that it's generalised. We tend to produce, all the arguments, the simpler arguments, I guess, I've seen about, which is meant to be in punch, have been broadly speaking kind of Kantian, categorical imperative type arguments. They haven't called themselves that. But that version of the categorical imperative, which is you should always behave as if your actions were a universal law, which is that if one person's allowed to do it, then everybody should be allowed to do it. It should be just a standard. So that's the kind of response, that if it's okay for Richard Spencer to be punched when he's saying something unpopular, then everybody can be punched when somebody finds their words unpopular. It's a kind of Kantian thing. But it's not the only way of looking at it, is it? There's other ways of looking at that action, which I think frame it a little bit differently. I mean, first off, looking at the action itself, it's just a punch. I don't wish to trivialise punching, but it is something that happens a lot. In the small town where I live, a really small town, Friday and Saturday night, people get punched occasionally. It just happens. As I say, that's a very small town. And that happens in every town, in every county, in every country in the world, I suspect. People just get punched a lot. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it happens. And for the most part, people get over it. Not wanting to trivialise it, that is the case. I wouldn't like it if it happened to me. It has happened to me, but not for years. Didn't like it, but I completely got over it. So, since I don't lie awake in bed at night, just fretting about all these people getting punched, if I don't do that, then I'm certainly not going to lose any sleep if a neo-Nazi gets punched. That just seems disproportionate to the situation. And I suspect Richard Spencer would probably feel the same way. I'm sure if he was asked, he could probably think of the worst things that could have happened. And, well, by all appearances at least, doesn't seem to be suffering physically in any great way. Seems to have been, if not chastened, and at least his mind changed about how he behaves in public. But that's a different thing, isn't it? So, again, just to repeat, not trivialising it, but also keeping proportion. Somebody got punched, and people get punched all the time, so it's not that important. Having said that, I think on another level, it's really important and really interesting, because this is a particular punch, very different from the punches that happened in my local town and every other town around the world. It was a punch that happened to one particular person at one particular time during this demonstration. Even whilst he's in the middle of a particular sentence, he's like talking about this frog pin he's wearing, maybe the frog pin. So he's punched by a particular individual, and of course, it was caught on camera. So it's not the same as every
I'm sleeping. Yo, pretty much same here, my dude. Good night, my dude.
The characteristics that it has, person, place, the subject, all the contextual things around it, and particularly the fact that it was filmed, means that it's operating differently. It's become a symbolic action. It isn't just a physical action, which, as I say, I think is relatively trivial in the great scheme of things. It's a symbolic action. It has symbolic significance wider than its physical existence. Now, it remains to be seen exactly what the fallout from that symbolism, if you like, will be. And one thing that I've noticed, and I may be wrong here, but this is something that I've noticed, is that people like myself, people who are broadly speaking pacifists, broadly speaking progressives, you know, lefties, I guess. Not militant lefties, not myself, you know, people like myself who are anti-violence. For a long time after the election, and particularly after the inauguration, a lot of us felt a little bit bereft, a little bit abandoned, a little bit unsure of how to respond. You know, the tools that we're used to, all those other strategies we use to counter what we see as toxic, reasoned debate, proper functioning democracies, truth-telling, telling truth to power, all those kind of strategies just didn't seem to be working anymore. And then this one act, this one guy in a black balaclava landing Richard Spencer across the jaw with his elbow on film just seems to have made a difference. There just seems to be a what's that expression in Star Wars? Disturbance in the force. There seems to be a bit of disturbance in the force. People seem a little bit more energized by it. I don't think people are being more violent. No one's saying, well, we should all go out and punch Nazis now. I don't think saying that. But they're very happy to lose that language more. They can use the images of that. Lots of images of old comics of Superman punching a Nazi or Wonder Woman punching. All those things are coming to the fore. The visual language of violence is more available. And the spoken language of violence, not the actions itself. I haven't seen any increases in actual violence. And willingness to dismiss stupid arguments. The willingness to recognise that there are alternatives to reasoned discourse, and there are alternatives than just speaking truth to power, or just trying to take the moral high ground in all situations. So there's a kind of energy from not literal violence, but a kind of symbolic acceptance of violence as the terminal point in conversations. So as I say, I don't see people from the left, progressives, actually being more violent, but I see something of the essence of a recognition of violence in its place as being more, as giving them a kind of power. People seem more resilient. Maybe I'm dreaming, that's just the way it looks to me. Just one last thing about violence, and I'm maybe way off the mark here, I think I probably am, but it's worth a shot. One of the features of being a pacifist or resisting violence and not wanting to get into that kind of whole terrain of violence, resisting even the language of violence sometimes, which I think people like myself have done forever really, is that it makes you appear soft. And that's true. But violence, as I say, isn't one of these, it doesn't just exist within categorical imperative or other kinds of philosophical arguments. It's a personal thing. And the personal aspects of violence are something that we've almost all of us got. I mean, I know there are some things which would provoke me to violence, and I haven't been violent for decades, I haven't hit anybody for decades, but I know that there are some things which would make me violent. You know, an assault on a loved one or a friend or somebody close to me, which would surely do it, and probably less than that. I could certainly be moved to violence. Very few people, I think, would not be moved to violence under any circumstances. There's always a line we cross. And it may be, I don't know if this is true, it may be that people like myself who call ourselves pacifists, talk the language of non-violence, talk the language of acceptance and speaking truth to power and the power of discourse and rationality and all that kind of stuff. It may be that we resort to violence, if I can go back to resorting, it may be that we take longer to resort to violence. It may be that we don't enter that discourse as early as some other people. We don't feel quite as comfortable with it. Even using the words we don't feel comfortable with. So we don't get involved lightly. But history seems to suggest that people like, not me, but progressives tend to win. I'm just reminded of the 1939-45 conflict that took place across most of Europe and the rest of the world. Countries which were espousing the values of non-violence were fairly loath to get involved, came late to the game. America didn't join until 41 when its own boundaries had been crossed with bombing of Pearl Harbor. And something finally triggered that response. But they, all of us, we whooped the Nazis' arse, didn't we, really? So a reluctance to be involved early isn't really a sign of weakness. It might be a sign of a discomfort with the actuality and the language and the images of violence. It doesn't denote weakness, I don't think. Violence is the last resort of the incompetent. I believe that's a pastiche or a remake of a Ben Jonson. Was it Ben Jonson? Dr. Johnson, who wrote the dictionary, the guy who wrote the dictionary who was talking about patriotism. So patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel. Patriotism, the last refuge of the scoundrel.
Good night.